Now we're streaming. That was not on the stream. I promise. Calling all Site-42 staff, calling all the SCP Foundation. This is Dr. Theron Sherman and Billith. We are broadcasting anonymously. Gosh darn it. All right. See, this is why we start soon. We have a chance, guys. We have one shot in a live show. We are broadcasting anomalously from Site-42, so I'm gonna need the chat to know if they hear me. I know TikTok chat has seen me mess this up so bad. Y'all should go over to YouTube. YouTube chat, do you hear me? I am broadcasting the signal. I am reticulating the splines. I am digitizing signals. I am encrypting our signal so that only your Foundation-issued encrypted YouTube accounts can like, share, and subscribe it. So make sure you do that. Please do not go through back channels using your sweet VPN that we're not sponsored by to use your civilian account to like, share, and subscribe this stream. Steve, you work really hard to break the rules. I don't know why you do this every week. Stop. All right, the chat hears us. We are no longer screwing around. It is time for this show to go live in 3, 2, and or 1. Good afternoon, Foundation staff. I'm Dr. Theron Sherman, and this is my wonderful co-host, Billith. Welcome to another anomalous, got it on the first try, broadcast from Site-42.
Happy to be here. That's Steve, though. He must be like a director's nephew or something. He gets away with a lot.
He's the administrator's second cousin's grandniece, half removed.
Wow, the immunity extends very far, I see.
Indeed, indeed. How's your week, buddy? Things going well?
Oh yeah, yes, I said very busy, very busy. Just did my anthology piece and going out to travel a little bit this weekend. And
oh my word, I am so busy with the 7 cons. I haven't even looked at anthology yet. Lord.
Yeah, well, that's the next one we're gonna do after this one, and then obviously, by the time we get done that, it should be just about time for 8th con.
My heart just broke a little bit.
Yeah.
But you all know why we're here. This is part 12 of Bill and I reading all of the SCP-7000 entries.
We're not counting the small ones. We're not counting the 0.5s and the 0.75s.
We're not counting the 0.5 and the 0.75. That was a bad week. And why are we doing this Herculean task? It is because of our dear friend. There was supposed to be a browser window there. Please come back, browser window. Dr. Cimmerian, who was attempted murdered by a tree. It missed. That tree didn't know what it was coming for, and now it needs to pay the price.
It does. It does. We need to really drive it home that it's not okay to try to kill the unkillable. We will burn down your entire orchard, or your entire. I guess the analogy would be we will kill your entire lineage. We are serious.
And trees, I hear they have very large family networks.
Oh yes, absolutely, absolutely.
So yes, the link is in the doobly-doo if you wish to help us. We know it's at 100%, and it's been at 100% for like the last 5 weeks. So if someone donates $1 to that today, just so it goes up for 1 week, I will aura the stream. Don't know what that means. Yeah. I hope it's not a bad thing.
We're still our main goal is still 777% the goal.
777% of the goal, which is my calculator app on my phone is taken up. I do not know how much money that is. I am a liberal arts college dropout. That is not where my mathematics talents lie.
I mean, I'm a STEM major, but also I'm tired.
That is also
fair. What number are we starting with today?
Today's first article, let me pull up the window. Boom. We are looking at SCP-7268, which is written by Blindbeard.
Of course, the legend.
And I remember, yeah, this one's got the long crawl, so we're starting with a long one today.
It's gonna be great. 72630. No, 7268. Correct. It is The Spark of Life.
The Spark of Life. Ooh, I like the title. And I also like the frickin' classification level. I've never seen that before, and I'm very pleased by it.
Yeah, this is an interesting one for sure.
So let us dive right into space here. SCP-7268, welcome to the stream. TikTokers, go to YouTube. Don't forget to subscribe. Whew! Notice from the O5 Council. The following file is a collaborative effort between the SCP Foundation, the United Nations, the Sol Colonial Administration, and the Interplanetary Space Agency. It does not necessarily reflect the views of the SCP Foundation. Oh boy. Item number SCP-7268. Object class safe. Classification level 0. Public domain. Special containment procedures. Pictured. Eta Cassiopeia AB. SCP-7268 is, according to observation, centered on this planet. Special containment procedures. Travel to and from the Eta Cassiopeia system is explicitly off limits, as ordered by the SCP Foundation, the UN, the SCA, and the ISA. Any ships in violation of this quarantine will be subject to immediate termination and decommissioning. Description. SCP-7268 is a field of indeterminate nature emanating from Eta Cassiopeia AB. While this field is not detectable by current instrumentation, its effect can be observed. In the presence of SCP-7268, high-complexity organic molecules utilizing phosphorus, i.e. phospholipids, RNA, and DNA, cannot form, though simpler organic molecules such as amino acids have been observed. Addendum. SCP-7268 was discovered and described by Dr. Rosalind Carson, a non-Foundation scientist, during the Viracocha mission to Eta Cassiopeia. The file was authorized by the UN, overriding an O5 vote. Blank space for aesthetic. 2. Dr. James Gould. From Dr. Daniel Oganowski. Date, August 13, 2247. Time, 4:38 p.m. Subject, sorry about this. This is one of those good news, bad news things. And I'll start off with the good. Your job is fine, though the Mushroom Project is suspended for now. Mushroom Project links to SCP-6252. Now for the bad. These are orders from the O5 Council itself, so there's literally nothing I can do. Effective December 15th, you'll be serving a 3-year stint on Swayambu Station, in orbit around 55 Serpents D, both as an exobiologist and as a representative of the SCP Foundation, to confirm the presence of SCP-7268. But you know the deal with Swayambu. You know who's in charge. She asked for you, and since you're the only exobiologist we have, we can't send a substitute. Dr. Carson suspects SCP-7268 is present on D, same as on Eta Cassiopeia AB. We could argue the point, but since the whole point of 7268 is that it only exists at Eta Cassiopeia, but it's quicker to send you. Arguing with her via 6-month gaps would take a long time. And just between us, I think the Council is hoping you can confirm the Foundation's stance on 7268. Get humanity over the hump so we can move forward as a species. And we need the push. I saw a poll a while back. Apparently, more than half of Americans still believe extraterrestrial life is out there. I've got a bridge to sell those people. Some more good news. You've got 4 months to get everything in order, and we managed to get you a 30% increase on the normal field pay rate. Over 3 years, that'll be a hefty sum. Hoping it's enough to cover the initiation fee to that famous golf course on Crystal Lake you're always raving about when you get back. Crystal Downs, right? Once again, I'm so sorry to spring this on you, especially since you won't see the email until Monday. Hell of a thing to walk into after a beautiful weekend like we're supposed to have. Signed, Dr. Oganowski, head of Site 78, Traverse City, Michigan. You'll see me highlight the white space in every article, chat, because gosh darn it, do they hide things. Always check the white space.
Always.
Also, I am immediately in love with this article. I don't know what it is, but the way they're framing it so far has got me frickin' hooked. So
Characterization is very human so far. That's for sure.
So I hope this lasts, because I'm enjoying myself so far.
Yeah.
And by the way, that was the voice of Dr. Oganowski, if I need to pull back that voice. Got it. Pictured, 55 Serpens D from orbit. Date, January 6, 2248, 4:11 p.m. station time. The following is a curated video transcript from James Gould's personal drone. Dr. Gould is unpacking a small, metal-lined bedroom. He is visibly unhappy and occasionally massages his scalp. A chime plays on the intercom and he looks at the door. "Come in," he says. The door opens and a short, middle-aged woman in her 80s enters. She smiles but keeps her distance. "It's good to see you, James. It's been too long." He turns away, digging into his bag. "Dr. Carson?" She frowns. "I wasn't expecting you to call me Auntie Rosie anymore, but Doctor? What can I do for you?" She sighs. "How was the trip?" "Don't remember a thing. Suppose I'm relieved I even woke up at all." "James, don't be. As long as the artificial coma process is correctly administered, there's 0% chance of developing HID. Footnote. Hyperspace-induced dementia, a brain disease brought on by improper suppression of higher cognitive function during passage through extra-dimensional spaces." "I know how hyperspace travel works." "Of course you do. She trails off, tapping her fingers on the adjacent wall. "Oh, we cleared out of space for that golf simulator you brought. The dimensions aren't exactly what you asked, but in terms of volume, it's actually bigger." "I'll make it work." She smiles. "I'd have never taken you for a golfer when you were growing up, but you caught the bug bad, didn't you?" "Wouldn't you know it, big, green, open spaces appeal to me. Shame I won't be seeing any of those for 3 goddamn years." He groans and turns around. "Look, the gravity here's screwing with my head. I haven't been on a spin station in a very long time. She holds a hand up. "I understand. You're not the only one. Get yourself to the med bay as soon as you can. We'll start tomorrow at 9. Sound good?" Dr. Gould nods and Dr. Carson exits. He rummages through his bag and pulls out a bottle of vodka. He unscrews the lid and drinks straight from the bottle. Date, January 7th, 2248, 1:53 p.m. station time. The following is a curated video transcript from James Gould's personal drone. Dr. Carson and Dr. Gould enter a lab. Computers and desks cluster in the center of the room, with a series of large chambers lining the walls. And this is where the magic happens," Dr. Carson says. "Not literally, of course. I know that's the Foundation's domain, and your Merlins get real persnickety when us normal people step on their toes." "They might be nicer if you kept the slang away from them," Dr. Gould says. "Thaumaturges, Doctor. They prefer the term thaumaturge. Maybe if you indulged them, you could have convinced one to maintain a grav generator here. I feel like my shoes have lead in them." "No offense, James. I understand why you joined the Foundation, but I want as little to do with those xenophobes and control freaks as I can." "And yet, this is the second time you've called on them." "It wasn't my first choice," Dr. Carson says. "Anyway, welcome to the Life Lab. This is where we'll be working. Since we haven't found a native life yet, we've modified the holding chambers to induce abiogenesis utilizing native monoyoman material." Footnote. Monoyemo is the informal name for 55 Serpens D, given by Dr. Carson. Approval by the International Astronomical Union is pending. Try to induce. Dr. Gould walks over to her window, filled with a cloudy slurry and sparking with miniature bolts of plasma, and taps on the glass. "Right?" Her smile remains firm. "Of course. Actually, I had some materials shipped from Earth along with you. We're going to run the Fatima process on that to provide a proper control sample." Footnote. Dr. Pranavi Fatima, of the University of Chicago, led the team which completed successful artificial abiogenesis in 2169. We should mix materials too, Dr. Gould says. Some from Earth, some from deuterium label. God damn it. What a day for me to skip my vocal warm-up and lip exercises. God damn it. Deuterium label, the Earth sample, keep them straight. Oh, that should have a column. That's what, a comma. There, I feel better. Some from Earth, some from deuterium. Label the Earth sample to keep them straight. Footnote. As deuterium behaves similarly to ordinary hydrogen in many ways, deuterated water is used in organic chemistry as a tracer. Deuterated water is distinguishable from standard water through usage of mass spectrometry. That's an excellent idea. Dr. Carson moves to place a hand on Dr. Gould's shoulder. You seemed out of it this morning, but I'm glad you're coming around. Dr. Gould glares at her until she drops her hand. If you wanted a naive PhD student to butter up with faint praise, you missed the boat by 10 years. Of course, she says. She stammers for a moment, then regains her placid smile. Why don't I leave you here so you can catch up on everything we've learned so far? I should go check in with the geology department. Apparently they found some interesting crystal formation near a volcano on the northern continent. Oh? You aren't going to explain how these computers work? I understand that you're upset about being here, and that our past gives you leeway, but I expect you to maintain some level of professionalism while on the job, Dr. Gould. Fine. Professionalism. You got it. Dr. Gould sits at a computer and links the drone to download data. Frankly, I'm jealous. I get homework, and you get to learn something new from people who aren't wasting their time on a dead rock. It's a big planet, and we've only been here 2 years. We'll find something. Maybe life, maybe another instance of your SCP-7268. Who knows? And I'm excited to find out. You really can't help cheerleading, can you? Dr. Gould asks. You sound like the damn Luna tourism board. Come to Luna. It's not just an airless, radiation-blasted rock, we swear. First stepping stone to the stars, my ass. The Apollos are not worth the trip. Well, I know, biology student by day, cheerleader by night. I've heard the story 1,000,000 times. Your old professors never stopped talking about you. No one who knew you could. Must be how you've convinced half the system to keep funding you, since it certainly isn't your results. Your definition of professionalism leaves something to be desired. Dr. Gould snaps to attention with a full salute. Apologies, ma'am. I shall endeavor to fulfill the assignment given to me with the utmost of my abilities. God, that foundation turns you into a real ass. She chuckles. But you're working for the good guys now. I'll see you later. Fuck, I'm angry at them for how much jargon and terminology they're springing on me in the first article, but I love these characters. They're so good already.
There's something for everyone.
There is
to like and both dislike.
Oh man. Oh, even the jargon I like if I weren't a bitter voice actor.
Fair, yeah.
Oh, okay. Because actually, I want to say, even now, I'm not complaining about the jargon in a real sense because they're really doing a good job of working it in interesting ways and footnotes that it doesn't obstruct how much new information we're having to take in.
This is true, yeah.
Author already, the first 10% of this article, I'm in love. You got me. Let's keep going. Life Survey 1, February 25th, 2246. Latitude, 45.9 degrees south. Longitude, 134.6 degrees west. Environment type, hydrothermal vents on a near-surface mid-ocean ridge. Elevation, negative 240 meters. Results. Mass spectrometry detected numerous organic molecules, including but not limited to 54 separate amino acids, sterols, fatty acids, and sugars such as ribose. Long-chain nucleic acids, i.e. RNA and DNA, and lipids are not present. Probability of life, 0.1%. Life Survey 4, June 13th, 2246. Latitude 23.8 degrees north, longitude 31.1 degrees west. Environment type: intertidal zone, igneous rock base laid by active volcano 2.5 kilometers away. Atmosphere 54% nitrogen, 30% carbon dioxide, 5% water vapor, 5% methane, 3% hydrogen sulfide, 3% other gases. Elevation -1 meters. Results: mass spectrometry detected numerous organic molecules, including but not limited to 42 separate amino acids, sterols, fatty acids, and sugars such as ribose. Long-chain nucleic acids and lipids not present. Probability of life, 0.1%. Life Survey 15, January 28th, 2247. Latitude 2.4 degrees south, longitude 98.3 degrees east. Environment type: hydrothermal vents on a mid-ocean range. Elevation -3.280 meters. Results: mass spectrometry detected numerous organic molecules, including but not limited to 28 separate amino acids, sterols, fatty acids, and sugars such as ribose. Long-chain nucleic acids and lipids not present. Probability of life, 0.1%. Results of Urey-Miller-Fatima experiments. Note: for all experiments, UMF chambers included water, methane, ammonia, hydrogen, and phosphorus. Atmosphere within chamber matches that of 55 Serpens D, pressurized to 5 bar. Rock bed is igneous, consistent with hydrothermal vents, and superheated water filled with sulfides is constantly cycled through, in addition to constant 600-volt stimulation of chamber. Experiment 1. Control all materials sourced from Earth. Result: amino acids and lipids form in 11 days. Basic RNA is detected 74 days after experiment start. Protomembranes form 3 days later. RNA forms basic ribosomes at day 98. Cell mitosis begins at day 113. Cells are basic chemiolithotrophic prokaryotes, oxidizing sulfur to grow and reproduce. Experiment 2. All material sourced from 55 Serpens D. Result: amino acids and basic lipids form within 15 days. Various sugars, including ribose, also appear in this time period. No other activity has occurred as of day 133. Experiment 3. Material sourced from both Earth and 55 Serpens D at a 50-50 mix. Approximately 5% of water from Earth utilizes deuterium rather than hydrogen-1. Results: amino acids and basic lipids form in 17 days. Various sugars, including ribose, also appear in this time period. No other activity has occurred as of day 133. If nothing else, Dr. Carson is remarkably meticulous and thorough with her research. It's taken a month to catch up. 20 comprehensive life surveys and months of UMF experiment observations. Any other field and I'd be mired in catch-up reports for years. But exobiology, I knew the answer ahead of time. Thousands and thousands of pages of negative everything. Every damn day it drives the point home a little bit harder. I don't want to do this for 3 years. At least back home I could pretend to be useful. JG. Life Survey 21, March 9th, 2248. Note: Probe 4 modified on February 27th, 2248, to include anomaly detecting instrumentation. Latitude 45.7 degrees south. Longitude 134.5 degrees west. Environment type: hydrothermal vents on near-surface mid-ocean ridge. Elevation -320 meters. Results: mass spectrometry detected numerous organic molecules, including but not limited to 54 separate amino acids, sterols, fatty acids, and sugars such as ribose. Long-chain nucleic acids, i.e. RNA and DNA, and lipids not present. Hume levels: 0.98. Anomalies detected: negative. Probability of life: 0.1%. A image of the surface of 55 Serpens D, a small lake in a group of low hills on the northern continent. Beautiful space photos, man. Exploration video log transcript. Date May 24th, 2248. Exploration team Dr. Rosalind Carson and Dr. James Gould, those bestie best of friends. Location 55 Serpens D, latitude 55.6 north, longitude 32.1 west. Note: audio from Dr. Carson and Dr. Gould recorded by pressure suit equipment and transmitted to Dr. Gould's personal drone, which recorded video and ambient audio. Two figures in environmental pressure suits stand along the shores of a lake within a volcanic caldera. The sides are steep and massive rocks jut out at every opportune angle. The center of the lake boils and is obscured by a thick wall of steam. Dr. Gould raises an instrument out of the water. Temperature 350 degrees Kelvin, pH 4.2. Not exactly a prime spot for life here. They don't call them extremophiles for nothing, Dr. Carson says. Life can always find a way. Thank you, Dr. Malcolm. Dr. Gould sighs. Let's get the monitoring station set up at Sector 5. I'd like to get out of here as quick as I can. Oh, come on, James. We spend so much time up on the station, staring at computers, letting robots do all the exploring for us. We should enjoy our time down here. Dr. Gould stops and glances around. Putting aside the poisonous atmosphere, a boiling lake on a dead planet isn't exactly my idea of a vacation spot. It used to be, Dr. Carson says as they resume walking. How many summers did you spend with me when you were young, gallivanting around the solar system? That's why I came with you today. I thought maybe we could... This is just like the old days, you know? Dr. Gould weighs another instrument around. Hume levels at 0.95. Little low, but still within normal. Atmospheric conditions probably the cause, but still worth recording. Do you remember how excited you were when your parents finally let you go with me on one of my trips to the field? There you were, still shorter than me back in those days, with your backpack positively bursting at the seams, knocking on my door at 6 in the morning. You were too excited to sleep. You'd spent your entire life on Lovell Station, and finally you were going to step foot on real solid ground. Oh, the crew at Thassa's base was so confused at first. What's a kid doing here? He's going to get in the way. But you proved them wrong, didn't you? As I recall, I helped catalog inventory for most of the trip. Because you wanted to check every rock for life. You were sorting faster than they could bring them in by then. Looking back, I'm pretty sure some child labor laws were violated. The Martian Research Association definitely owes me a month's wages, and they're not the only ones. Oh, James, don't be like that. It was a great learning experience. I wish I could go back and see your younger self. I think he'd have a thing or two to say about you now. Dr. Gould stops, dropping the tools. Fine, but I can talk to him too, and I'd tell him he was a damn idiot for getting caught up in your bullshit. Excuse me? Of course I was the perfect little student back then. What did you expect? I was a little geek growing up. No friends, no social life, and my parents, they didn't. They tried, but they weren't what I needed. And then one of the most famous scientists in the system moves in next door. Finally, someone who understands, someone who indulges me. I worshipped you, hung on your every word, and I bought into your whole goddamn fantasy world. My what? Dr. Gould glances down and picks up his instruments. You really do believe it, don't you? That we'll find life. Of course I do. It's in an infinite cosmos. The odds of Earth being the only inhabited planet, it's impossible. The universe doesn't work like that. It doesn't do anything just once. It may not be here. It may not exist in this galaxy. But we are not alone. Then you've got a lot more faith than I do. Dr. Gould looks over his counter and smacks it. Apparently, we moved to a section of extreme reality. 45 Humes is nothing to sneeze at. They send me 100 light years out, but they can't give me decent equipment. Typical. Dr. Carson sighs deeply. If you ever want to talk, you know where to find me. Dr. Gould hits the counter again, then takes out the battery and plugs it back in. He shakes the device and flicks the screen. Back to 0.96. It was exciting while it lasted. Life Survey 28, May 24th, 2248. Latitude 55.6 degrees north, longitude 32.1 degrees west. Environment type, flooded fumarole. Lake is approximately 2 kilometers long and 1.4 kilometers wide. Water temperature at least 373 Kelvin at center, cooling slightly at shoreline. Elevation 1,390 meters. Result, mass spectrometry detected few organic molecules, lake water heavy in sulfurous molecules. Hume level 0.99. Anomalies detected, negative. Probability of life, 0.1%. Progress report, 6 months. Message sent, July 8th, 2248. Message received, August 2nd, 2248. I could have written this report when I first got to this godforsaken wheel. I knew what I'd find. Nothing. There's nothing. No life, no anomalies, just a dead planet floating in a dead universe. And yet, it doesn't make sense. Even the rarest of rare Earth theorists have to admit 55 Serpents D has everything it needs. Class G star, multiple gas giants in the outer solar systems to screen comets, stable orbit, a large moon to stabilize the axis and provide significant tides, the right organics, the energy to power volcanism, and a strong magnetic field. I thought I'd lost all my hope years ago, but I can't deny feeling the tiniest spark 6 months ago. And I think I feel worse for it. Dr. Carson is... I can't understand her. Almost 50 years in the field, and she's still the same woman I knew when I was a kid. Anyway, I've dumped everything into the computer, so the mainframe can sort it out back home. The O5s are welcome to scour the data if they want, but they'll be wasting their time. I'm also including the footage from my drone, but I wouldn't recommend that either, unless you want to watch me drunkenly flirting with Dr. Argawal from Oceanography. Ah, hell. I'll save you the trouble. April 24th, 10:40-ish. She's cute, and I'm a clumsy drunk. Comedy ensues. We're okay, by the way. She was flattered, but she's got someone back home. Must be nice. I know what the answer will be, but I have to ask anyway. Get me out of here. Clear out a space on the next ship. I'll pay anything. I don't need 3 years, and I can't take this place for much longer. My head hasn't felt right the entire time, and I don't care how realistic the simulator is, my swing is suffering. Not sure what else to say. I've never been great at these reports, especially when I don't actually have anything to report. Sincerely, Dr. James Gould. P.S. Whoever thought to include the pro golf broadcast from the past 6 months, I swear my firstborn child's life to you. Life Survey 35, August 17th, 2248. Latitude 33.6 degrees north, longitude 83.5 degrees east. Environment type high plateau dotted by lakes. Region uplifted by continental orogeny. Elevation 3,900 meters. Results: mass spectrometry detected moderate amount of organic molecules, including 12 separate amino acids, sterols, and basic sugars. Long-chain nucleic acids, i.e. RNA and DNA, and lipids not present. Hume levels 1.02, anomalies detected negative, probability of life 0.1%. If I see many more of these goddamn negative surveys, I swear I'm going to walk out the nearest airlock. Signed, James G. Life Survey 42, September 30th, 2248. Latitude 21.6 degrees south, longitude 177.5 degrees east. Environment type alluvial plain, adjacent to major river, estimated length 1,418 kilometers, estimated discharge 11,000 cubic meters per second. Elevation 50 meters. Results: mass spectrometry detected numerous organic molecules, including 33 separate amino acids, sterols, and sugars such as ribose. Long-chain nucleic acids, i.e. RNA and DNA, and lipids are not present. Hume levels 0.99. Anomalies detected negative. Probability of life 0.1%. At least give me an anomaly to study. Anything. Something other than bare rock and poisonous air. The hangover pills are losing their edge, and I can't face the night sober. Everyone here thinks I'm a joke, but as long as the alcohol keeps flowing, at least I'm a drunk joke. Signed, JG. Amen, my dude. Preach. Life Survey 51, November 19th, 2248. Latitude 48 degrees north, longitude 157.5 east. Environment type, sandy reef in shallow inland area. Elevation, -10 meters. Results, mass spectrometry detected numerous organic molecules, including 64 separate amino acids, sterols, fatty acids, and sugars, such as ribose. Long-chain nucleic acids, i.e. RNA and DNA, and lipids are not present. Hume levels exactly 1. Anomalies detected, negative. Probability of life, 0.1%. I hate this fucking planet. I hate this fucking station. I still feel dizzy all the fucking time. Whose brilliant fucking idea was it to... Apparently some 20th century guy named Von Braun. Fuck you, Von Braun. No one asked for your help. And no, I'm not quitting the fucking alcohol. I don't give a shit. I gave Tobias an extra 20 tonight, and he gave me a quarter bottle of tequila from behind the bar. Now, that is a man who isn't wasting his life. Maybe I should try bartending when I get back home. Maybe I should buy a bar. Holy shit, I should buy a bar. I'm out of tequila. Last call was 30 minutes ago. Dr. Antelyevich down the hall's always good for a bit of vodka. Maybe I'll go bother him. Oh man, this stream got demonetized because the music was not playing properly. Oh well. That's what I get. Alright, continuing on.
You can't bring that back if you play music now?
What happened is I started the Kevin MacLeod SCP playlist in Spotify, but it didn't have the repeat function on, so it just went off to whatever. And so the question is if YouTube recognizes that I was playing a bunch of music, and whether or not that music was copyrighted, which it probably was.
I see.
So,
it's not like Twitch where they mute the section that has the music in it, and then everything else is fine.
Correct. And if they muted that section, then no one heard anything we just said. So
that's why you got to run separate channels for your music through OBS.
Oh well, let's keep it going, guys. As long as
support Site 42 with some super chats. We will read them out loud.
Oh, we have super chats? Is that what's
No, I'm saying that you know.
Nice Demon Queen did
to make up for
corgi, though. I'm gonna say hi to that corgi. Thank you, Nice Demon Queen.
Yeah.
And yeah, just to JF in the chat, since you're talking about it, during the articles, because they're so long, we try to get through them as fast as possible with limited commentary. And so at that point, we're not discussing with the chat. We try to mention any good questions in between articles while we're doing the ad breaks, but you know, the articles are 2 hours long sometimes, so. Yeah,
we do a recap at the end, and we kind of give our thoughts on it, but we were trying to get these all done. I think we originally wanted to do them in one stream or something, but I think that was a little bit ambitious.
We were going to do a 12-hour stream, then we were going to do a week of streams or something. But
yeah.
We wanted to get them before the contest was over. That did not happen.
Yeah, well, we're getting to them. That's all that matters. Better late than never.
All right, getting back into our sad drunk James Gould.
Yes.
P.S. I don't know how to say that Russian. But thank you to Dr. Anatolievich for the vodka. Continuing on. Swayambu Station Security, Incident Report Number 4, December 2nd, 2248. At approximately 11:13 p.m., station security was summoned to Swayambu Mess Hall. Alarm was activated because of an altercation between Dr. James Gould and Dr. Luis Guimarães. When security arrived, Dr. Gould had been restrained by 2 other scientists, and Dr. Guimarães had been knocked out. Dr. Guimarães awoke shortly afterward and was escorted to the med bay by Nurse Duale. Concussion likely. Dr. Gould was escorted back to his quarters. Breath scan showed a blood alcohol concentration of 0.25. Date: December 3rd, 2248, 9:30 a.m. station time. The following is a curated video transcript from James Gould's personal drone. The door to Dr. Gould's room slides open, and Dr. Carson storms in. Dr. Gould is still asleep, and she shakes him awake. Jesus, what the hell? Dr. Gould asks, wiping his eyes. No one's done that to me since I was a kid. Good, Dr. Carson snaps. You've acted like one. Dr. Gould slowly crawls up, wiping his eyes and wincing when he applies too much pressure to his right hand. Oh, he says. Right. Last night coming back to you. In my defense, Tobias should have known not to give me that last Long Island. He served me enough in the past year. He knows when I'm at my limit. You're blaming Tobias. James, you punched a man in the face. You knocked him out. You're not going to take any responsibility. I knocked. Listen, if nothing else, you gotta be impressed. I am no one's idea of an athlete. Oh, what the? I was suspended from TikTok Live for bullying and harassment.
What a day.
What?
Wait, what?
I have got a 3-day suspension from TikTok Live. I guess someone decided that I wasn't interacting with the chat enough and mass reported me or something.
I'm sorry. What? Did they think you were taught like the character you were reading was like your actual sentiment or something?
I guess so. Oh, that's right. Dr. Gould knocked out Grimares. That is very much harassment and bullying.
Oh my goodness.
Okay. Bullshit TikTok, but fine.
Keep you on your toes, I guess.
You're right. Listen, if nothing else, you gotta be impressed. I am no one's idea of an athlete, but damn, all those swings have bulked up my arm something fierce. My God, James, I brought security personnel along because I had to. I didn't think I'd need them to stop an actual assault. She shakes her head. What the hell is going on with you? Has there been a single night in the past few months you haven't gotten drunk? It's not like there's anything else for me to do, he says. Wake up, stare at a computer screen while it flashes negative results at me, then go to bed? Exciting. Great use of my time. You know perfectly well that science is 90% negative results. Oh, I could deal with 90. I would kill for 90. It's every damn test. Every fucking test. Do you understand, Doctor? It's hopeless. Both of us. We're wasting our lives chasing ghosts. No, not even ghosts. That would imply life existed and died. We don't even get that satisfaction. We are chasing a fantasy. A joke. I thought you were better than this. Buying into your O5 Council's absurd idea that we're living in a dead universe. Follow the evidence, Doctor. There's plenty of proof on their side, and a whole lot of nothing on yours. I can't believe what I'm hearing. This is not the passionate young man I met 30 years ago. What did you do to that, James? What did you do to that, James? He grumbles and lays back down. You knew me once. I'm not that person anymore. I guess not. I assume there's going to be some sort of punishment. I'm not sure what the laws are like in other solar system, but I'm sure you got something up your sleeve. With this attitude of yours, I'd like to throw you in the brig, she says. But you're the only one qualified to use the Foundation equipment. But if this happens again, off to the stockades, gonna stick me in the city square so passing peasants can lob rotten fruit at me. She takes a deep breath. It goes without saying that you're officially cut off. You will not be served any more alcohol, so if you have a stash around, you better make it last. And if you so much as look at someone the wrong way again, I'm turning your simulator room back into storage. Dr. Carson visibly stiffens and steps back slightly. Fine, Dr. Gould says. Now, I appreciate it if you let me sleep off the rest of this hangover. The pills do nothing for me these days. Dr. Carson moves to speak again, then throws her hands up in the air. It's like talking to a damn brick wall, she mutters as she leaves. Message sent December 13th, 2248. Message received January 8th, 2249. From Dr. Daniel Oganowski to Dr. James Gould. So, I've got some bad news. So I've got some good news and bad news for you. Yes, again. This time I'll give you the bad news first. The O5s want you to stay there. There's no way they can arrange transport for you. Not again. Not so soon after you got there. It took too much to get you there. I'm afraid you're there for the full 3 years. Blame your higher brain functions. Now for the good news, and wow, is it some of the best news we've ever had. We've been sitting on it for almost 8 months now, and after the tone of your first message back, we regretted not telling you right away. But we wanted to be sure. And we didn't want to tease you with incomplete data. I'm sure you're wondering what's in the conspicuously blank storage container the cargo ship brought along, and why it's locked. It's only programmed to open once you've gone through all the documents we've sent along, because we don't want the surprise ruined prematurely. You'll find out soon enough. The only thing I'll say, have fun. New York Times. A farmer, a drill, and the news of the century. The story behind the discovery of native Martian life. 30 years after the last serious attempt to find native Martian life, a humble farmer drilling for a new water source makes the accidental discovery of the century. Pictured a cluster of Martian archaeans under an electron microscope. April 21st, 2248. Shilei Zhou isn't the sort of person who sets out to change the course of human history, to have his name recorded in the history books for the rest of time. I came to Mars to provide for my family back home in Shanghai, he says. No one I knew has ever been off-world, and never owned land. Mr. Zhou and his wife Meilon, both 43, were lured to the Red Planet 10 years ago thanks to the UN's Martian Homesteader Act. The deal is simple. Promise to farm 500 acres of hand-scrabble Martian soil, and in return receive machinery, a generous yearly salary, and the full support of the Martian Research Association. Ever since the Act's passage in 2215, about 1 million people have taken the deal, transforming an area the size of Mexico into useful arable land. That's enough food to feed 1 billion people. Mr. Zhou's task on March 28th was simple. A noticeable vein of liquid water sits deep underneath his farm in Ionia Terra, buried below a kilometer of rock. Drilling took nearly a year, but by getting to it, he'd both relieve his reliance on the grid, saving him money, and earn some extra on the side by distributing any spare water to his neighbors. The water reached the surface the day before. All he needed to do on the 28th was check for contaminants. Of course, Martian water requires a significant amount of filtration to be usable, but Mr. Zhou wasn't expecting anything out of the ordinary ammonia and salts. As a matter of formality, the scanning system the MRA provided Mr. Zhou included a biosensor. There have been multiple instances in the past where Martian water sources previously tapped by human activity have been contaminated with Earth-based microbes. But this lake was pristine. Mr. Zhou was out in the fields, tending to his corn, when the scanner pinged him with results. The usual contaminants were present as he expected, but there was something more. The biosensor had returned a positive reading. Microbes were present in the sample he collected. He and his wife are not biologists, but he knew this result was out of the ordinary. We've searched for native Martian life for over 200 years, says Dr. Nicola Ghini, PhD, head of the MRA's Department of Agriculture. We scoured this planet from top to bottom. The last great expedition was 30 years ago, and it came up empty-handed. When Shilei called us and told us that he'd gotten a positive on the biosensor, we thought we'd given him a faulty unit. Either that, and not to sound too harsh, we assume he'd done the test wrong. A team was sent out to Mr. Zhao's farm with a second scanner. They retrieved another sample. They ran it through their biosensor. Same result. Positive. They retrieved another sample. I just said that. The team ran the test once more. Also positive. I was on the other side of the planet when they called, Dr. Ghini says, meeting with the Assembly's Agriculture Subcommittee on the odds of passing a new water allowance bill. They called my personal advice, which is strictly off limits for business. Of course, I've heard about Mr. Zhou by then. Rumor travels fast. But I didn't think much of it. Dr. Pasafan, Shalida Pasafan, PhD, was in charge of the team that sent to Mr. Zhao's farm, is a friend. She had my personal number. When she called, I was in the middle of negotiations and a little upset about being interrupted. But before I could get wound up, she stopped me. I'll never forget what she said. It's real. Martian life is real. The next few weeks were a blur for everyone in her department. Obviously, we had to be 110% certain about our results, Dr. Pasafan says. There have been so many false starts in the past, so we checked and double-checked and triple-checked that lake, using our most sensitive equipment. We broke down the genomes of these Martian archaeans, and the only similarity is that both use RNA. Everything else about them, their genetic code, their single-layer cell membrane, the lack of virtually any organelle. They're so primitive and unrefined. There's no way it could have come from us. Indeed, the 5 species identified so far consist of nothing more than various types of primitive RNA wrapped inside a lipid membrane. It is perhaps a stretch to call them alive. Even the viruses we know and tolerate feature a far more genetic material than the Martian cells. Then there's Mycoplasma Pneumonia, responsible for walking pneumonia, a milder form of the disease. While controversy still rages over viral status as living creatures, M. pneumoniae is indisputably alive, but one of the simplest organisms we know, containing just 700 genes with 700,000 base pairs. That sounds impressive, but humans have 25,000 genes and 3 billion base pairs. Earth life has lived for 4 billion years, and in that time, even the simplest of cells has had the opportunity to specialize and diversify. The most complex of the Martian species, for comparison, has just 300 genes and 20,000 base pairs. There is no doubt in my mind that the Martian life forms developed recently, Dr. Pasifon says. Their cellular and genetic makeup is so simple. I would be shocked if they had developed any longer than 1 million years ago. And when it comes to biological scales, that's essentially yesterday. Obviously, much work remains for Dr. Guinea and her department. We were confident enough in our findings to declare these microbes as definitely Martian, but there's so much we still don't know. How much more life is there in the lake? How many more species? And is it possible we missed life somewhere else on this planet? And what about the rest of the system? No one here is strictly an exobiologist, and it's unfortunate the system's 2 dedicated exobiologists are 100 light years away, but we'll do our best. We've got an entire planet to recheck, and I think we're all more excited than we've ever been. This is the sort of extra work we're glad to have. The Interplanetary Space Agency recently announced on April 18th that it would devote approximately $100 billion over the next 5 years, both building and operating new life-seeking space probes and manned laboratories, as well as reactivating old operations. Humanity has waited nearly 300 years for this news. Alfonso Lacanzo, CEO of the ISA, said in a news conference after the announcement, "If there's more life out there in the system, we'll find it. This is the most important project our species has ever undertaken. Finally, after so long, we have proof. We are not alone." Meanwhile, back on his farm, Shile Zhou and his wife were adjusting to their new reality. "We've had non-stop requests for interviews ever since the news first broke," Mr. Zhou says, "and the MRA has promised to cover the cost of a new farm so they can take over this property to set up as a preserve, plus a stipend for our families back home. And what brought about his inevitable place in the history books? It is funny. I drill a hole and everything changes," he says. "I am simply happy to have provided humanity with a great gift." The Martian Herald, June 21st, 2248. 13 unique species discovered in subsurface spring near North Pole. Associated Press, June 29th, 2248. Primitive life discovered floating in Venetian clouds. The Atlantic, August 14th, 2248. Head in the clouds, new life drifting deep within Jupiter's atmosphere. The Washington Post, October 3rd, 2248. Count of unique Martian species passes 100, shows no sign of slowing down. Reuters, November 11th, 2248. Titanic discovery, strange methane-based life discovered on Saturn's moon, unlike anything seen before. Inventory, special biocontainment chamber. Living and dead deceased samples of 105 Martian Archeans. Living and deceased samples of 12 Venetian Archeans. Living and dead deceased samples of 8 Jovian Archeans. Living and deceased samples of 15 Titanian Archeans. Organic inorganic materials for UMF testing from the following planets' moons: Mars, Venus, clouds; Jupiter, clouds; Titan, Luna; Ceres, Europa; Enceladus, Triton. Date, June 9th, 2249, 9:31 a.m. station time. The following is a curated video transcript from James Gould's personal drone. The door to Dr. Gould's room slides open and Dr. Carson walks in. "James, you're 30 minutes late. You've been doing so well. If you've been drinking again, I'll be so disappointed." Dr. Gould is sitting in front of his personal computer. On screen is the message from Dr. Oganowski. He turns, his face expressionless. You're never going to believe what they found. Does it have something to do with the mystery container from the Foundation taking up half our main cargo bay? Dr. Carson asks. I'm the only station commander. What do I need to know? I swear, the Foundation has no respect. It's alien life, Dr. Gould says, his voice barely more than a whisper, darn it. It's alien life. About 150 species of microbes from Mars, Jupiter, Venus, and Titan. What did you just say? The O5s were wrong, Dr. Gould says. I was wrong. Extraterrestrial life exists. We found it. We have it. He winces as Dr. Carson screams. Oh, I don't believe it. She jumps up and down. All these years, and we finally found it. You know, this isn't a joke, right? If it is, no joke. Dr. Gould says, I'll send you everything the council sent me. Dr. Carson paces back and forth, grinning from ear to ear. I can't stay still. I feel so. Tears well up. I've spent so many years dreaming of this moment. So many years. So many negatives. There were times when I doubted. Dark times. But I never lost faith. And now you're telling me we have actual living alien organisms in our cargo bay? That's what I said, isn't it? Jesus, try to contain your excitement. You're acting like I don't know what this is. Isn't this everything you ever wanted? Proof you made the right choice, becoming an exobiologist? Yes, he says. It is. You were right all along. You were right, and I was wrong. No, not wrong. You were following the facts you had. You were being a good scientist. I can't fault you for that. Dr. Gould turns away from the computer. You were a better scientist. Honestly, I wasn't. Not even close, Dr. Carson says. If I'd followed the science, I'd given up search a long time ago, like everyone else before me. But sometimes science isn't everything. Sometimes you need a little faith. I was so sure I was right. Are you sure you're okay? Dr. Carson asks. You haven't been drinking, have you? What? No, you can test me. That's not necessary, Dr. Gould says. I flipped these. I was so sure I was right. Okay, you haven't been drinking, have you? What? No. That's not necessary, Dr. Gould says. Actually, I've been thinking about bringing this up for a few days. This is... Okay, yes, this is supposed to be Dr. Carson here, not Dr. Gould. That's not necessary, Dr. Carson says. Actually, I've been thinking about bringing this up for a few days. You've been sober for a month. You passed every test with flying colors. I'm willing to allow you a limited allowance at the bar again. Do you understand? Limited. A couple servings every other night or so. I think you can handle that. Dr. Gould nods. Okay, thank you. I appreciate your faith in me. Seems like you have faith in everyone, everything. I never lost my faith in you. I knew you were in there all along, hiding beneath a thick blanket of Foundation cynicism. A few more months in the light, and you'll be the bright-eyed student of knowledge I knew 20 years ago. You believe in me more than I do. You lost your way a little bit, that's all. It happens. We're only human. Now come on, get out of that chair. We have serious work to do. Oh, we're going to be like kids in a candy store today. Where will we even start? She exits, leaving Dr. Gould alone. I should be excited, he says, glancing at the now empty door. This is good news. 2 days of listening to her crow about how she never gave up. 2 days of listening to her, every person on this godforsaken wheel sucking up, telling her how proud they are of her, how excited they are, how she's finally been proven right. She's been so brave and so strong, standing up against the rising tide for all these years. All I see when they look at me is pity. The genius teacher and her pathetic, failed student. The student who wasn't strong enough to stand alongside his teacher. And they're right. JG. Date, January 12th, 2249, 11:24 p.m. Station Time. The following is a curated video transcript from James Gould's personal drone. Dr. Gould is alone in a small room adorned with his golf simulator. As he collects his golf ball to hit his next shot, the door slides open. I figured I'd find you here, Dr. Carson says. Not exactly the mystery of the century, Dr. Gould says. The golfer's out on the course. What a shock. It is when there's a party going on, she says. I gave you permission to drink again and you're out here by yourself? You can have a good time tonight. With all the news, I think you deserve to cut loose. Come on, we only discover extraterrestrial life for the first time once. Let's celebrate. Never been one for parties, Dr. Gould says, and the feeling's mutual on their part. Dr. Carson sidles fully back into the back of the room. Can I ask you something? I've been blocked in here, so I don't have much of a choice. You've been here a year. Have you actually made a friend in that time? Had a meaningful conversation with another human being? Anything other than drunkenly flirting with half the women on the station and getting into fistfights with everyone else? Dr. Gould slings his club over his shoulder. Point me in the direction of someone worth being friends with and we'll talk. Don't be ridiculous. Everyone here is good and kind and they... No, they wouldn't. They're not outwardly malicious, and no one said anything deliberately unkind. But they don't respect me, and I don't blame them. I'm a goddamn clown. Story of my life at this point. There's something in your mind, James, and I wish you'd talk to me about it. Do you, though? Dr. Gould asks. Wouldn't you rather set me up than ship me out to the other side of the damn galaxy at the last moment, right when I need you most? Dr. Carson recoils as if she'd been physically struck. What are you talking about Etta Cassiopeia? It was the opportunity of a lifetime, and you were all eager to go off to college. Then when I came back, she drifts off. You changed. Yeah, he says. You taught me too well. I bought into everything you said. I had ironclad faith that life was out there. We just hadn't found it yet. That I was making the right choice, following in your footsteps. It didn't happen all at once, by the way. Oh. Alright, is this still? Okay. It didn't happen all at once, by the way. No one was ever deliberately cruel. I could shake off the first snide remark, then the 10th subtle put down, the 100th condescending, oh, good for you, pursuing your dream, I hope it works out. It was all meant in good fun. Hell, I laugh with them at first. I know a joke from an insult, but that's the thing. It came from everywhere. The professors, the students, my parents, my friends, they all... He pauses for a moment, clenching his fist and looking away. Just one person. It's all I would have needed. One person to believe in me. A kind word, an affirmation every once in a while. Someone to say, hey, James, you're doing the right thing. I needed the person who set me on this path. I needed you, and you weren't there. Dr. Carson's lip trembles and her eyes are moist. James, I didn't. I'm so sorry. And that's the worst part, too. I'm not even angry at you. Not really. It was your job. Of course you went. And I was still the eager, voracious apprentice. I had faith. There was no reason for you to worry about me. No, I should have done more than send you a few impersonal letters, Dr. Carson says. I don't think I ever even asked how you were doing. I was so focused on the job. So excited about seeing a new solar system, a new world. And you should have been. For the first time, humans were leaving our solar system. A true interstellar mission. You helped make history. You were so strong. You are so strong. He looks at the ceiling. And I'm not. You've been searching for 60 years, and you've never wavered. Never flinched. Halfway into my PhD, I was ready to throw in the towel. If it hadn't been for the Foundation, I know they're heartless bastards, but it was something. They gave me a purpose, something to believe in. They were there when you weren't. Then they're better than I am, Dr. Carson says. James, I can't turn back the clock, make things right between us, but I can do this. She steps forward with her arms out. Come here. He laughs. Going for the cliche move, I see. There's a reason it's a cliche. Dr. Gould slowly walks over and Dr. Carson wraps her arms around him. Tears stream down her face and well up in his. I'm proud of you, James, she says. His arms move around her. Thank you, he whispers. A moment later, they split apart. Fucking hell, Dr. Gould says. That had no business working as well as it did. Nothing beats a good hug, Dr. Carson laughs. Hey, if it's okay with you, I'd actually love to see how this golf thing works. Never played, but if you're so invested, it must be good. Won't the party miss you? You're the station commander, after all. Seriously, you don't have to stay. Golf's not for everyone. I want to, James. Tell me about it. What am I looking at right now? I see a lot of brown grass and yellow bushes. Fun fact, this is actually one of the most famous holes in golf. The 14th at Royal Dornoch. It's called Foxy, and it's unique since it's incredibly tough, but has no bunkers or quote-unquote real hazards. It's up in the very northern tip of Scotland, and he trails off. I'm not going too fast, am I? No, you're fine. It's good to hear you talk like this again. I missed it. Dr. Gould smiles faintly. I missed it too. Special analysis of titanium methane-based archaeans. James Gould, PhD. It was enough of a surprise finding life on Mars, Venus, and Jupiter, but for all the novelty, it is essentially life as we know it. RNA wrapped in a phospholipid membrane utilizing water as a solvent. Nothing complicated yet, these cells clearly developed recently, but in a couple billion years they'll likely end up as something recognizable. While we have always dared to dream of life on Titan, the reality of experimentation seemed to limit our search to subsurface oceans and cryovolcanoes. Methane has benefits and drawbacks as a replacement to water, but chief among the downsides is the temperature at which methane is liquid. 90 Kelvin at the coolest, 110 at the warmest, a far narrower band than water. Neither temperature is particularly hospitable, especially when it comes to life. Metabolism would be incredibly slow, and development would be expected to be equally slow. UMF experiments in a laboratory setting have always been unsuccessful, even when given years. And yet, here we are, staring at organisms doing what a fair number of biologists argue is impossible. Cells using methane as a solvent instead of water. Cells thriving at a temperature and environment that would almost instantly kill all but the hardiest Earth organisms. While we can never make it in a lab, Titanian organisms look pretty similar to what scientists have theorized for 200 years. Instead of utilizing phospholipids, which simply can't form at such low temperatures to form a cell membrane, these cells use acrylonitrile, CH2CHCN, to achieve something almost identical, a cell membrane-like structure tentatively referred to as a azotosome. They consume hydrogen, acetylene, and ethane, and exhale methane. Needless to say, we've repurposed a mostly unused room to deal with specifically the titanian microbes. The smell is not pleasant. Beyond the methane, though, these little critters aren't actually all that different from Earth life. They are found near a cryovolcanic vent in Kraken Mare, nearly a kilometer below the sea's surface, in a remarkable mirror of deep-sea hydrothermal vents feeding off nutrients and energy spewing out of the interior. The energy is crucial. The titanian surface is too cold to allow acrylonitrile to form azotosomes, but they have RNA, same as the other archaeans, and they feed and replicate just as everything else we've found, and just as Earth methanogens do. I have no idea how life will continue to develop in such a place, and we won't find out in any of our lifetimes. But these things have found a niche in a strange environment, and we will be studying them for a long time. Summary of UMF experiments. Source of materials and presence of life at day 150. Mars, positive. Venus clouds, positive. Jupiter clouds, positive. Titan water-based, positive. Titan methane-based, negative. That's not the result I expected. And unless we get some news, it's the opposite of reality. Shows that we don't really understand how methane-based life operates. Obviously it works somehow, but we got a long way to go. JG. Source of materials, presence of life at day 150. Luna, positive. Ceres, negative. Europa, negative. Enceladus, negative. Triton, negative. Interesting that we had success with Luna and not Enceladus or Europa. This may be a brave new world that has such microbes in it, but I'd wager all my money Luna is very, very dead in every sense of the word. And yet, the positive is there, while two of the most dynamic, interesting moons in the system give us nothing. What's the difference? What's the variable? JG. I haven't been feeling myself the past few months. Rosalind is such a force in nature, and it's been so good having real, tangible data to work with. I've been following her leads without question, but I'm not just an exobiologist. I'm not just her student. I'm a researcher with the SCP Foundation, and we clearly need a new approach. Science as we know it isn't giving us the answers. I need to think on things for a bit. JG. Date, June 28th, 2249, 4:33 p.m. station time. The following is curated video transcript from James Gould's personal drone. Dr. Gould walks into the biology lab, a ream of papers in hand, where Dr. Rosalind Carson awaits, along with Dr. Intan Utami and Dr. Mariha Vinkovich of the chemistry department, who have been assisting in the analysis of all samples received from Earth. Tell me the good word, Rosalind says. Please, give us something. Dr. Gould tosses the paperwork haphazardly toward her. Can't do that, he says. There's nothing to say. Still nothing in the Europa and Enceladus tests? Dr. Utami asks. Nothing. We're running around in circles, Rosalind says. Months of testing, and we know about as much as the people back home. On the bright side, I've been reciting Martian codon sequences in my sleep. On the bright side, I've been reciting Martian codon sequences in my sleep, Dr. Vinkovich says. My wife is not thrilled about this development. What are we going to do? Dr. Gould collapses into his chair. Everyone back home will be expecting some grand revelation, but we're just stuck. And I'm sure the next cargo delivery will be full of new samples. Dr. Utami says. Maybe that'll be a good thing. More data is good, right? We shouldn't need it, Dr. Gould says. I'm sure we won't receive anything truly new. More species, but nothing more complex. Just the same basic single-cell organisms. More evidence to suggest life developed very, very recently, in other words, Dr. Vinkovich says. Okay, Rosalind stands, pacing across the room. Okay. We spend all our time buried in genetic sequences and UMF trials. As Maria made clear, we now know an unhealthy amount about these organisms. Let's take a moment and back up. View the problem from orbit. What's the big picture? The room is silent for a moment. Come on, people, give me something. Rosalind waves her arms. Talk to me. Basic summary. What's the problem? Well, I guess at its heart, our data and our hypothesis don't match, Dr. Gould says. The data suggests life developed on multiple and disparate worlds extremely recently. Not within the past few million years or even a few thousand, but in the span of a human lifetime. Maybe even in the past few years. Okay, all right, good, Rosalind says. What else? That leads us to one conclusion, Dr. Utami says. Alien biogenesis is directly connected to human activity and contamination. But there's a problem with that hypothesis. Which is, Rosalind asks, that alien life doesn't match Earth life, Dr. Vinkovich says. There's no common ancestor, no indication that they're related in any way. They're too primitive to adapt it from Earth. Even viruses are light years ahead, genetically speaking, and they're clearly not descended from viruses. Everything we found has been autotrophic, and viruses aren't autotrophs. And where does that leave us? Rosalind stops in the middle of the room. In a catch-22, Dr. Gould says. Alien biogenesis must be related to human interference, but the evidence says it can't be. Like you said, we're running around in circles. Goddamn circles! Rosalind throws her hands up. Shea's silence covers the room. I do have an idea, Dr. Gould says. Been stewing on it for a couple days, but you're not gonna like it. At this point, I take divine intervention, Rosalind says, retaking her seat. What's on your mind? Remember you said that, Dr. Gould says. Okay, we've been researching for months, and we've done so using the most thorough and advanced scientific tools and methods we have, correct? Exhaustively thorough, Dr. Utami says. So either we're colossal idiots overlooking the obvious, or the answer lies beyond science as we know it. Rosalind groans. No, don't tell me. It has to be an anomaly. SCP-7268. But not the skip the Foundation negotiated with the government and the ISA. The real 7268. Dr. Utami and Dr. Vinkovich steal furtive glances at Rosalind. Her face alternates between anger and resignation. I suppose this is what I asked for, she says. I called for a Foundation researcher, and the Foundation researcher found an anomaly. What's on your mind? Our basic premise is correct. It's Earth. It has to be. All these instances of biogenesis happening at once. It can't be a coincidence. And 7268 is correct in one regard. The anomaly is all about complex organic acids. But it's the opposite of what we thought. SCP-7268 doesn't prevent the development of DNA and RNA. It allows them. And that's what we're spreading. Panspermia. We spread life wherever we go. An awkward silence fills the room as Dr. Utami and Dr. Vinkovich shift in their seats. That's a bold claim, Rosalind says, and it does explain everything quite elegantly. But it's anthropocentric to an extreme degree. We spent thousands of years believing Earth was the center of the universe. No scientist is going to accept a theory where mankind is central. It's bad science. Not without some serious data to back you up, she laughs. I suppose you did imply divine intervention was involved. You don't have to call it that. Call it luck, fate, fortune, whatever, Dr. Gould says. The point is, we exist, and now on planets and moons where we've been, alien life also exists where it didn't before. It's the only way to square up all the data we have. What about Jupiter? What about Jupiter? Dr. Utami asks. No humans ever set foot there. Not that there's even a surface to land on. It's only ever been probes in the upper atmosphere. Then it's not humans. It's Earth. SCP-7268 is intrinsic to the very planet. We take a rock, chuck it into space, it lands on the right planet, life will form there. Why now? Dr. Vinkovich asks. And why all at once? We first touched down on Mars nearly 300 years ago. Okay, think about it like this, Dr. Gould says. Where have we found alien life? Mars, Venus, Jupiter, Titan. We visited those places a long time ago. All four were in the 20th century. Footnote. The Huygens lander visited Titan in 2004. Now we haven't found life on Europa or Enceladus, two moons with massive subsurface oceans and geothermal energy to spare. Hydrothermal vents spewing out the ingredients of life. They're ideal fits, more so than any of the four places with life. I mean, methane-based life? We can't get it to work in a lab setting, and yet here we are seeing it with our own eyes. The problem is, we didn't get to those places until the tail end of the 21st century. Maybe it hasn't been long enough. I think I see where you're going with this, Rosalind says. The effect isn't instantaneous. Exactly. It's almost like the skip is a virus, and life is an infection. Weird way to put it, I know, but that's the most apt metaphor. You catch a virus, the infection doesn't start right away. It has to build up in the body, enough for the immune system to react to it. Rosalind leans forward, clasping her hands in front of her. As much as I hate ascribing anything to magic anomalies, it makes sense. But we'll need evidence. Lots of it. No half measures this time. No guessing. No lying. We do this the right way. The right way, Dr. Gould says. 2. Dr. Daniel Ongowski, the O5 Council. Message sent July 7th, 2249. Message received August 3rd, 2249. That's my birthday. I know this is going to be problematic, but I have to ask. I need a Mark V Scranton Reality anchor as soon as possible, preferably before the next scheduled cargo transport. I'm sure you know everything I do when you read this, so hopefully this request won't come out as a huge surprise. I need to prove my theory. I need time. And now that the Mark V's incorporate a time acceleration module, footnote, SCP-1979, relativistic treadmill, they can give me all the time I need. I know they're barely out of the prototype stage, and you're not ready to acknowledge their existence to the public, but they would accelerate my research, pun not intended, but unavoidable, to the remaining duration of my time on this station. It's either that or wait a few decades for life to generate on Europa or Enceladus, or a few centuries for 55 Serpens D. Also, I figure you owe me one. After all, you did send me out of the system a couple months before the biggest discovery of my life. Not that I'm bitter, but it would have been nice to have my name on a few of those newspaper articles. JG. 2. Dr. James Gould. Message sent August 9, 2249. Message received September 15, 2249. You're being very thorough. We like it when our scientists are thorough. Please note that we've disabled the vast majority of the device. The Mark V is not something to be trifled with. Even in its limited state, failure to properly operate it could result in a runaway temporal disruption. We can't send an expert along, so be sure to read the manual. And if you attempt to override our modifications, well, you won't live long enough to regret this decision. The Mark V is powerful enough to override nothingness. We cannot allow it to be improperly used. Nothingness links to SCP-3930, the pattern screamer. Damn. No offense to you, of course, but you're a biologist, and this is far outside your normal purview. We wouldn't normally allow this, but we're as curious as you are. Your research and your notes have us intrigued. Intrigued enough to purchase an off-schedule delivery. Don't let us down. 0513. UMF Test 1, Europa Time Acceleration 10 years a day. Results. During Day 6, approximately year 64 within the test chamber. Mass spectrometer detects RNA and phospholipids. Time acceleration is stopped on Day 10. Approximately 13 species of archaeans are detected. UMF Test 2, Enceladus. Time acceleration 10 years a day. Result. During Day 8, approximately year 87 within the time test chamber. Mass spectrometer detects RNA and phospholipids. Time acceleration is stopped on Day 12. Approximately 22 unique species of archaeans are detected. I can't begin to describe how excited we all are here. It's working. It's really working. We understand. But now comes the big test. It'll take a while, but we have to know. Will it work for Monoyimo? JG. UMF Test 3, 55 Serpens D. Time acceleration 10 years a day. Results. Day 32, approximately year 322 in the test chamber. Mass spectrometer detects RNA and phospholipids. Time acceleration is stopped on Day 42. Approximately 168 unique species of archaeans are detected. Organism consolidation and symbiosis has begun. UMF Test 4, 55 Serpens D. Time acceleration 10 years a day. Note, all samples were collected by drone with no physical interaction by humans. Result. During Day 32, approximately year 322 within the test chamber, mass spectrometer detects RNA and phospholipids. Time acceleration is stopped on Day 35. Approximately 18 species of archaeans are detected. UMF Test 5, 55 Serpens D. Acceleration time 10 years a day. Note, a culture of E. coli, Bacillus subtilis, and Candida albicans is included in the test chamber, as well as rhinovirus and myoviridae, a bacteriophage. Results. All examples of E. coli and C. albicans are deceased by year 3. Both viruses lose integrity by year 75. B subtilis remains viable until year 130. All traces of DNA RNA are eliminated by year 170. At year 334, within the test chamber, mass spectrometer detects new RNA and phospholipids. Time acceleration is stopped on day 37, year 376. Approximately 43 unique species of archaeans are detected. There was probably some redundancy in those tests, but I'll be damned if some clown back home tries to pull a replication failure on me. A bold claim requires hard evidence, and I think we've got enough to not be laughed out of the room. I've definitely got enough for a new version of SCP-7268, though. JG. Item number SCP-7268, classification level 2 or 0, public domain, object class Thaumiel. Oh, wow. Special containment procedures. A primitive single-celled organism native to Mars. Special containment procedures. SCP-7268 is to be deployed at the discretion of the SCP Foundation, the national governments of Earth, the Sol Colonial Administration, and the Interplanetary Space Agency in accordance with Project Panspermia. Footnote. Project Panspermia has been proposed by Dr. Gould as a way to seed the galaxy with SCP-7268, thus allowing for the development of life beyond Earth. Utilizing material from SCP-7268-1. Description. SCP-7268 is a currently undetectable anomalous chemical catalyst allowing phosphorus to bind with long-chain polynucleotides and lipids. While phosphorus can bind to simpler organic molecules such as amino acids, it cannot form nucleic acids, RNA, DNA, etc., or phospholipids, which are crucial for the development of cell membranes in most ecosystems. SCP-7268 is native to SCP-7268-1, otherwise known as the planet Earth. While research is ongoing, SCP-7268 does not appear to occur naturally on any other planetary or lunar body. However, it can be introduced to any celestial body via interaction with any material, probe, person, etc. sourced from a location where SCP-7268 is present. A sample including phosphorus is not necessary. Once SCP-7268 is introduced to a new environment, native life, biologically and genetically distinct from SCP-7268-1 life, will develop within a period of 100 to 500 years. SCP-7268 will not create life on celestial bodies lacking in suitable organic materials and or limited available energy. While SCP-7268 is known to form carbon-based life utilizing liquids other than water as a solvent, for example methane, it is unknown whether it can form life based on non-carbon elements. Date: August 23rd, 2250, Eastern Standard Time. The following is a curated video transcript from Dr. James Gould's personal drone. Dr. Gould and Rosalind Carson stand outside the O5 chamber at Site 17, surrounded by grimly drab gray halls. Dr. Gould breathes in sharply, deeply, and exhales slowly. I wasn't expecting to be this nervous, he says. It was easier being snarky with them when I was 100 light years away. Just remember, they're people as much as they'd like to pretend otherwise, Rosalind says. The anonymity shtick was rather gauche when they, what's the phrase they used? Dropped the veil? When the Foundation went public. But now it's absolutely ridiculous. You're just as scared of them as I am. Oh, more so. At least you're one of them. They wouldn't hesitate to kill me. A dull tone echoed through the hallway. We're ready for you now, said a voice, so modulated by machinery that it came out as a monotone. The door opens and a guard escorts them in. It slams shut again. The reader yawns. It slams shut again, and for a brief moment, the pair are entombed in complete darkness. Then a light flickers on, shining down from the ceiling, illuminating a silhouette in the form of a person. 051. Then another. 13 lights in all. Dr. Gould, Dr. Carson, welcome. The light over 051 turns red. You have a rather bold proposal for us. We've reviewed it. We're willing to give you a chance to speak on its behalf. Convince us. Why should we enact this Project Panspermia? 30 minutes later, Dr. Gould and Dr. Carson finish their presentation. Are there any questions? Dr. Gould asks. I have no issues with your proposal to time accelerate 55 serpents to study the course of evolution, 053 says. SCP-7268 is present there, and nothing can be done about that. But I do have a concern regarding Project Panspermia. A simple one, too. I just need a reminder. What does the C stand for in SCP? I knew they'd bring that up, Dr. Carson mutters. I heard that, 053 says. In case our guest doesn't know, it stands for contain. We contain anomalies here. We don't throw them out into the universe. And I'm not sure about your classification here, 054 says. If your file is correct, the absence of life is not anomalous. Life itself may not be anomalous, but SCP-7268 isn't containing anything. Technically, it's not thaumial. Someone can't accept the inevitable progression of language, 0512 says. Thaumial's been a byword for beneficial for a very long time. And I like your proposal, I do. But is this a job for the Foundation? Our budget is limited, and isn't the ISA already doing the job for you? According to you, so long as it comes from Earth, it can spread 7268. As you put it in one of your logs, all it takes is throwing a bit of rock at the right planet. An atmospheric probe is enough, right? It's not enough, Rosalind says. In 40 years of interstellar exploration, we've only been to 140 stars. That's 0.00000000001% of the stars in this galaxy. Even the Great Foundation can't expect to keep up with humanity going long enough to visit all 100 billion. You're talking about devoting the sum total of humanity's resources to this project, 057 says. 1 million autonomous interstellar probes, each programmed and fueled to visit thousands of stars, never to return home. That's your minimum proposal. Minimum. And it would take thousands and thousands of years to see the galaxy, and if light develops as it did on Earth, billions of years before we'd see any tangible return. It's a project humanity would never see the end of. It's a project that never should have been conceived, 053 says. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what our feelings are about a dead universe. This is the way it is, and this is how it should remain. What was, shall be. What shall be, was. How can you be so short-sighted? Rosalind cries out. We've already spread this thing, and we're going to keep spreading it unless you're saying what I think you're saying. It's our duty to contain anomalies, 053 says. And humanity carries an anomaly. We can't take it back from the worlds we've already infected, but we can ensure it won't get any further. It's not our right to play God with this universe. And speaking of anomalies, the rest of the universe doesn't have them, but we sure as hell do. 059 says. Who's to say this seeding project wouldn't bring all new skips for us to worry about? 051's light illuminates for the first time since the start of the meeting. Dr. Gould, you've been rather quiet. Perhaps you are formulating some wise words of counsel, or an inspiring speech. Dr. Gould and Dr. Carson exchange bemused looks. We've been at this for a long time. We know hopeless romantics when we see them, 0513 says. You won't be the first or the last. I've got nothing, Dr. Gould, Dr. Carson says. It's up to you. Dr. Gould steps forward. 3, you asked me a simple question. Now let me ask you an equally simple question. Who was it that discovered life on Mars? His name is known across the system. I'm sure you can remind me. Silence. His name, since you seem to have forgotten, is Shile Zoe, a humble farmer lured to Mars by the promise of good wages. Millions have immigrated to the Red Planet to turn a dead, barren world into a bountiful garden. Mars now produces 20% of the system's wheat, 15% of its corn, 30% of its soy. Need I go on? 3, do you think we play God with Mars? After all, we brought life to a dead planet. We interfered with the natural order. Did you speak out against the Martian Homesteader Act? None of us did, 0511 says. The benefits were too great. By moving agriculture off-world, we've restored nearly half of Earth's farmland back to its native condition, especially in the Amazon. Carbon dioxide's fallen more in the past 30 years than in the century before the Act passed. And that is something we did for selfish reasons, Dr. Gould says. We're transforming Mars because it benefits us. Project Panspermia would not benefit us at all. It is purely selfless. We receive nothing but the knowledge that life will continue on after the last human dies. Would you be willing to risk the existence of life in this universe on the few planets we've already visited? What if something happens, like an asteroid or a gamma ray burst? Nature can be cruel. I'm asking for a lot, I know. 1 million interstellar vessels, all autonomous and with enough fuel to visit thousands of systems each, capable of operating for hundreds if not thousands of years. We would require the resources of not just our own solar system, but dozens around us. The mining operations alone, the cost is staggering, I know. But how can you put a value on this? This project, we'd be ensuring that our children, so to speak, our legacy, they won't be alone. The Milky Way would become a garden thanks to us, just like we're making Mars into a paradise. It is such a beautiful universe, too. What a shame it would be if, after humanity dies, there would be no one left to stare up at the stars. No one left to dream. 052 laughs. Make me a promise, Doctor. Don't ever try politics. Not with that speech. If there's one thing people don't like to hear, it's that their money is no object. It would create a lot of jobs, 0513 says. And we could use a few more naive visionaries in the UN. Be an excellent change of pace. The conversation has drifted, 051 says. If there is nothing else, the council will deliberate and vote on your proposals. Dr. Gould, thank you for your time. The door opens and light spills in. A guard approaches and Dr. Gould and Carson are escorted out. As soon as they exit the chamber, the door slams shut again. That could have gone better, Rosalind says. Are you okay? Dr. Gould slumps against the wall, rubbing his forehead. I knew they'd be brutal, but I didn't think I never thought they'd say no. They haven't said no, Dr. Carson says. It just has to be a majority vote, right? So many spoke against us, though, he says. Even if it does pass, unless the council speaks with one voice on this, there's no way the UN or SCA will go for it. We need them, too. Hey, Dr. Carson says, no matter what they say or what happens next, you've made this old woman proud. It has been a joy and a pleasure working with you again. It's been great, he says. Past couple years I felt like a complete person again. I needed this. I hope they don't take it away. We've done all we can. Now it's up to the politicians. God help us all. Proposal. Utilize Mark V Scranton reality anchors to accelerate time around 55 Serpents D until complex multicellular life emerges, i.e. Cambrian explosion. Yay. All O5s except O56. Proposal. Endorse Project Panspermia. Yay. Unanimous vote from the council. 2. Dr. James Gould. From 053. Date August 24, 2250. Time 9:12 p.m. Subject blank. I don't often apologize in this job, but I feel like I owe you one. I needed to know how serious you were, how much you believed. If this was a cynical ploy to make something of your career, if you truly wanted the best for humanity. You spoke well. I'm not made of stone. None of us are. Remember, this is only the first step. The Foundation doesn't have the power or wealth to make Project Panspermia happen on its own. I fear the rest of the world will not be so accommodating. But you have chosen to believe in the power of humanity, and so has the Council. If there is a way, we will find it. We won't be the only ones to see the stars. Link for a way goes to SCP-6001 titled Avalon. Timeline of events. 55 Serpents D, time acceleration. January 1st, 2255. Elapsed time, 500 million years. First free molecular oxygen appears in the oceans, indicating presence of photosynthetic life. Surface drones indicate DNA-based life has become dominant. November 1st, 2256. Elapsed time, 9.15 million years. Ice caps cover approximately 30% of the planet's surface. April 1st, 2258. Elapsed time, 9.63 billion years. Free molecular oxygen appears in significant quantities in the atmosphere. October 1st, 2258. Elapsed time, 1.89 billion years. Atmospheric O2 levels reach 10%. Ice caps cover 50% of the planet's surface. January 1st, 2259. Elapsed time, 2 billion years. Surface drones detect first instances of sexual reproduction. Ice caps cover 25% of planet's surface. March 1st, 2260. Elapsed time, 2.6 billion years. Surface drones collect first instances of multicellular life. Organisms are colonial, with free-living single-cell stage and spore formation. Largest organism is 14 centimeters in diameter. Ice caps cover 10% of planet's surface. April 1st, 2260. Elapsed time, 2.65 billion years. Surface drones collect first instances of fungi-like organisms. February 1st, 2261. Elapsed time, 3.05 billion years. Surface drones collect first instances of plant-like organisms. Samples are multicellular photosynthetic eukaryotes.
You got it the first time.
Sweet. April 1st, 2261. Elapsed time, 3.13 billion years. Surface drones collect first instances of animal-like organisms. Embryonic behavior observed. Polar ice caps appear, covering 5% of planet's surface. Atmospheric oxygen reaches 20%. July 1st, 2261. Elapsed time, 3.25 billion years. Ice caps cover 70% of planet's surface. Atmospheric oxygen reaches 35%. November 1st, 2261. Elapsed time, 3.42 billion years. Ice caps disappear. Atmospheric oxygen at 25%. Surface drones detect first instances of complex multicellular life. Organisms are sessile and frond-like, with some species displaying plant-like qualities, while others more closely resemble animals. Probability of Cambrian explosion, 80%. January 1st, 2262. Elapsed time, 3.5 billion years. Surface drones detect numerous distinct plant and animal phyla. Animals are limited to shallow seas, but plants are present on land. March 1st, 2262. Elapsed time, 3.58 billion years. Surface drones detect amphibious animal life as well as simple arthropods. Animal life in oceans is numerous and complex, with the largest organisms reaching 10 meters in length and 100 kilograms in mass. Bushes and low trees highly prevalent on land, and wood is present in 50% of land-based plant species. Time, acceleration, terminated. Blank white space. July 7th, 2262. A small ship lands near the precipice of a craggy cliffside overlooking a cyan tropical sea. Waves beat against the rocks. Two figures clad in environmental pressure suits and wearing large packs exit the craft, walking amongst the low-flying fern-like plants. They're quickly accosted by numerous minuscule flying arthropods. Climbing the glad we're in suits now, Dr. Gould says. I didn't think the flies would be this bad. Almost as bad as Michigan in the summer. They're curious, Dr. Carson says. They've never seen anything like us. Benefits of growing up on Lowville, Dr. Gould says. Nothing here beyond the necessities for a functional ecosystem. No flies, no mosquitoes, nothing flying around that you didn't like having flying around. They are beautiful, Rosalind says. An absolute marvel. Dr. Gould laughs. First times anyone said that about a fly. Come on, James. We had to call in so many favors to get this trip down to the surface. You should... If you're going to say I should enjoy myself, don't worry. I'm enjoying myself plenty. It's a beautiful planet we've made here. Rosalind leans down, running her gloved hand along the fronds of a nearby plant. It's everything I dreamed it would be. Do you know how long I've wanted this moment? To walk on a new planet awash in strange new life? To feel the wind on my face? The gentle softness of a leaf against my skin? We have to wear the suits. The risks of cross-contamination are too great. It's not just for the planet's protection. Who knows? I am well aware of the risks. But I've lived a long life. I'm willing to chance it. I have to know. She seals off her suit at the wrist and twists her glove off. Her hand reaches for the plant again, and the long green leaves slip through her fingers. Much better, she says. You know you want to, James. The Foundation will never know. I can't, he says. I don't mind breaking one rule, but two? That's too much for my conscience. What are you talking about? Dr. Gould drops his pack and rummages through it. He pulls out a folded metal rod, a rubber tube, and the head of a golf club, an 8-iron. He unfurls the metal pole and twists the club head on, then slips the rubber onto the other end. He retrieves a trio of golf balls and drops them. I couldn't resist, he says. You hypocrite, Rosalind says. You said Luna was an overrated tourist trap riding off Apollo, and what do? You rip off the Alan Shepard golf experience. Even I know how overpriced that place is. And you can't even swing right because of the low gravity, Dr. Gould says as he takes a few slow practice swings. It's a shame about the soup, but at least I'll stay properly planted. He steps up to the first golf ball and takes a stilted swing. The ball barely makes it over the cliff's edge, tumbling down the rock face and into the churning sea with an unceremonious plop. Pathetic, Dr. Gould mutters. You got a better swing. Pathetic, Dr. Gould. Pathetic, Dr. Gould mutters. You got a better swing than that. The second shot is a low, scything hook, starting left and swinging ever further left. God damn it, he says. Should have bought more than 3. One of these has got to be decent. Relax, Dr. Carson says, reattaching her glove. You can do this. I believe in you. Show that thing who's boss. The backswing is slow and methodical. He pauses for the briefest moment at the top, and his body turns through with the club dropping behind. The head strikes, clipping the ball and the ground a millimeter later. The golf ball sails far and high, hanging in the air for several seconds before landing in the ocean with a barely visible splash 150 meters distant. Was that? Yes, Dr. Gould says, posing with his makeshift club on his shoulder. He moves back toward Rosalind with a swagger. Perfect. She holds her arms open. I'm proud of you. Ah, geez, Auntie Rosie, it wasn't that... Oh, fuck, did I... Oh my god, you did! Rosalind claps her hands against her helmet. Oh, I'm never going to forget this. My day has been made. She rushes over and hugs him. But the alien plants, he says, aren't they a bigger deal? Not even close. Of course not. At least no one was around to hear it.
I'm sorry that you had to read that whole thing yourself. I mean, there's 14,000 words.
14,000 words, and the format did not really lend itself to sharing unless we, like, knew what was coming and we're gonna, like, split sections.
Right, or, like, dropped some of, like, the narrative exposition.
If I gave you the tests and I did the dialogue, that would have been a good idea.
Yeah. You know.
But honestly, even though I was yawning because it was a very long article and it was a lot to read, I mean, it was literally an hour and 55 minutes. It was an hour 50 minutes of straight reading.
Oh, yeah.
My God, this is, like, definitely one of my favorites from the freaking contest.
Yeah. At first I was like, it's another probabilistic is luck, thing. But, like, I get it by the end.
Yeah, it actually, like, it hit me that when it hit me what we were saying, the probability of life thing, it's like, yeah, that's cliche and done a million times in the contest, but, like, honestly, everything around it is just so good.
I think that's why it works too. It's like it doesn't really focus so much on the sterile documentation and, like, it's like it's from the perspective of the characters. It's a very character-driven article.
Author, if you ever watch this reading, I just want you to know that this is, like, to me, like reading through The Martian.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like a film like that, like Ad Astra, something
Jesus
like.
Christ, it's the character work is right there. It's very human. I love the personal details. I love their relationship. I love the back and forth. Man, like, massive upvote. Can't do better.
I already did. That was good.
Yeah, a couple typos. Who cares about those? Go fix them when you find them, if you find them.
Yeah, but I think there was a one part where the wrong character spoke, like.
Yeah.
So they mentioned the wrong name or something. Go back into the VOD, you'll see it.
Okay.
It's great stuff. Woo.
Very, very fun.
All right. I guess ad break, right? Because that was nearly half
break.
our time.
You got a good point. All right. Let me pull up the other browser. Boom, bing, bing, bang. And so here is the ad window. And we are looking at, of course, The Tree That Tried to Kill Me But Missed for Dr. Cimmerian. If you want to throw $1 in there to help us hit our 777% goal, we are trying to make absolutely certain that all of these trees suffer the wrath
Absolutely. And we're now like to announce that we're accepting cryptocurrency because it will destroy the trees faster. So
Oh,
by all
wonderful
means,
idea. Capital idea, mate. On top of that, we are hoping to help out the SCP Unredacted podcast's Kickstarter. They are doing a long series from the Wanderer's Library, and even though we're jailers, we're still gonna support our friends over at the Serpent's Hand. Call a truce. Both Jack Mockery and I have dedicated that if they hit their Kickstarter goal of $800, then we will both pitch in voice work for the series for free. And so go ahead, that will make the budget go even further. So go ahead and help them out.
Absolutely.
They're going to pay. All of this money just goes to pay voice actors, which is what I want to do with us anyway. So help out the team.
Definitely. Oh, hey, Jack Ike. Yeah, I mean, okay. Yeah, go ahead and read that new Billith article.
New Billith
thank
article?
you. Yeah, there's a new Billith article. Actually, you know what? Go read the whole anthology series. And then when you're tired of very long articles, you'll get to mine, and mine will be nice and short. SCP-7396J is for Jetsam. It's a space nautical story. But also, read the whole series. It's good. There's a lot of hits. We're really excited. Check it out. It's really neat. And
If
Jack
I
Ike's
were
is
to-
actually today as well.
I don't have the hint, or I don't have the link for that one with me. I didn't prepare for it, but I tell you what, if I were going to be looking for the anthology, I would go directly to Shaggy Dreadlocks' Twitter, because I know Shaggy is sharing
Correct.
all of them.
Yes, that's correct. Yes, there's a hub and everything, but yeah, you'll find the most recent one has been promoted on Shaggy's Twitter. Absolutely.
Sweetness.
Next up.
Next up, indeed.
I was just looking at it. I was checking them ahead of time to make sure it wasn't too long. Let's see. That's one of the reasons. Let's see.
I mean, in comparison, this is a shorty.
Oh, it's a real shorty. Yeah, it's going to be an aperitif. Let's see. It's 7250 by Maxifran 73. 250. Excellent. And let me get a name. Can I get a name? It is You Make Your Own. Excellent. It's a DIY article. Must be. That's awfully presumptuous. We'll see. All right. SCP-7250. Here we go. Containment class. Pending. Level 3. Confidential. Special containment procedures. All attempts to contain SCP-7250 have resulted in failure. As such, procedures are focused on preventing SCP-7250 access to Foundation Site 50 and all items potentially contained within. Local Foundation departments handling security, personnel training, external relationships, counterintelligence, and anti-ontological research are to receive increased budgets according to perceived need. Budget increment is locked to Site 50 and adjacent facilities. Any personnel who believe could assist in containment efforts must contact the East Asian Regional Management Department in order to file the proper paperwork. Foundation web crawlers are to analyze all information over regular and under the veil networks related to rated Foundation facilities, especially regarding key concept, quote, lucky powder. Agents embedded in other anomalous groups are to be on the lookout for possible raids where the phrase or any product that resembles the concept is used. Interesting. Description. SCP-7250 is an individual or group of individuals that has infiltrated Foundation Site 50 and other facilities under their purview. Footnote. Location, Tokyo, Japan. Specialty, history, anthropology, groups of interest. With the objective of extracting anomalous items under their control. SCP-7250 is able to accomplish this by using one or more anomalous items and/or techniques hereafter referred to SCP-70. referred to as SCP-7250-1 that allows them to ingress and egress through each location without being detected. The nature and composition of SCP-7250-1 is not known either, and can only be estimated using evidence collected post-egress. The method through which SCP-7250-1 allows SCP-7250 entry into each facility is believed to be either probabilistic or ontological in nature, with the following statements being able to be made about it. SCP-7250-1 is able to disable all electronic devices that would capture the identity of SCP-7250, alert any personnel to their actions, stop their advancement, injure them, or any other action that would prevent them from accomplishing their goals. Of note is that said malfunctions are all the result of previous faults committed by members of the Foundation when developing or installing said systems. It is believed that SCP-7250-1 either retroactively alters reality to accomplish these results, or manipulates probability such that these faults occur in the first place. All actions taken by SCP-7250 have thus far not been perceived by any member of the Foundation until they've left the facility, despite the highly unlikely nature of this. SCP-7250-1 is thus believed to be able to disrupt reality to conceal them, or alter probabilities such that windows of opportunity conceal them. Of note is that some disruptions have been perceived at the time they occurred, but have not led to the direct perception of SCP-7250. Thus, the exact requirements of this anomaly to affect personnel are not fully understood. At a certain time, believed to be the exact time SCP-7250 decides to exit the facility, some sort of incident occurs within the building being raided. This is believed to serve as a distraction. As SCP-7250 has not been perceived before the incident occurs, it is not believed to be necessary to their egress. Whether SCP-7250 knows this, or if this incident occurs regardless of conscious decision, is not known. No incident has resulted in the deaths of any personnel or humanoid anomaly, regardless of the degree of destruction caused by it. Interesting. Once the event is over, all left at the scene are remains of non-anomalous tools used in the raid, grappling hooks, stolen keycards, broken drills, etc., and an info-nuospherical label of a concept known only as Lucky Powder. The specific meaning of it has not been identified, but the label indicates it is tied to the concept of SCP-7250-1, as well as SCP-7250. Specifically, what allows them to be able to enter each facility without triggering any alarm. Why this label remains at the scene when no other consciousness identifier does is not understood. A little clunky wording there, but we're getting through it. SCP-7250's motives do not appear to relate with other groups of interest that have raided Foundation facilities since before. SCP-7250's actions have led to the loss of 19 anomalous items, with 12 of them presumably being taken by them, and the rest lost during post-raiding incidents. None of the items have had any clear connection with each other, most of them being low-clearance items. SCP-7250 has had access to Level 5 clearance on several occasions, but has neither used said clearance to access higher clearance items or weaponry, nor have they used it to access any information, despite having used access terminals before. SCP-7250's identity, motives, and connections to any known group of interest remain unknown. Addendum 7250-1. Post-incident interview log regarding first known SCP-7250 case. Date August 17th, 2017. Interviewed Chief of Security, Site 50's Chief of Security. Footnote. Due to their anomalous nature, Chief of Security's personal name and designated role are indistinguishable from each other. Okay, that was important. All right. Interviewer, Seshu Mamiya, Site 50's director. Do you want to take the director? I will take Chief of Security, Chief of Security.
Sounds good.
All right. Beginning log. How necessary is this, really? We already prepared a written report.
Part of the procedure, any problems with it can be taken to the East Asian Regional Council. You know the drill.
Start with the questions.
Let's start from the beginning then. When did the raid start?
Investigation will tell you at some point around 9:25 to 9:30 a.m. But we first noted something weird going on around 9:17.
We being
the security team. The boys at Security Control B sent a report to Central Command, which is where I work, about several cameras malfunctioning on Sector B. Now, this isn't really at all weird. Those cameras are from the bubble era. They glitch all the time, usually about 1 or 2 glitch at a time. This time, though, Sector B lost 14 of them at once, and all of them formed a perfect path towards the containment wing.
What happened after?
Well, it was suspicious activity, so a security team was alerted. I also called up the maintenance team, who quickly called your secretary, I assume, about needing to change the cameras.
I assume that was the process, yes.
So you don't know?
Look, I've had a lot to deal with this past couple of days. Whether that message got anywhere isn't important. What matters is what happened after the camera glitches.
See, I just lost my place because I tried to resize the frame. Oh, here we go. Right. So we're trying to figure out what's going on when suddenly all communication systems turn off. This is the point where we drop everything and put the whole site on lockdown because we definitely been breached at that point.
This would be around 9:20, correct?
Correct. At this point, we opened the weapons cabinet, grabbed guns, and rushed towards the scene.
Did you get there?
Funny thing is, we did. And we didn't even realize that shouldn't have been possible. The lockdown is, well, a lockdown. The full wing should have been locked, but it wasn't. Only after the fire did we figure that one out. So I think the guy we're looking for has some sort of anti-memetic property to their actions or something.
Or you didn't realize it at the time.
We do repairs on the lockdown system twice per week. Trust me when I tell you, I wouldn't have forgotten. And even if I had, the full security team not realizing what we had just activated wasn't working.
Do continue. What about the fire?
All right, so we probably got there around 9:30. We didn't find anything out of the ordinary. At this point, we've met with Kuroko from maintenance on the way there. So we do, recon work while he's figuring out what happened to the cameras. Then around 9:45, he's on the third camera and hasn't found anything weird yet. When we hear this huge explosion, and, well, you'd know more about what happened. I didn't get there until the fire was out, so you tell our audience what happened.
So the exact time was 9:43. Location, the administrative staff parking lot on Sector B. This is 3 floors above the Chief of Security's location and about 10 above where I was. As far as I understand it, someone set explosives to my car and 3 others, and they went up in flames. Or that's what I thought at the time, anyhow.
A total of 13 cars were lost during the fire following the explosions. Now, 2 funky things happened. First, the cameras and the comms began working as soon as the explosion happened. Lockdown barriers began working as well, which slowed our return to the surface, but that's neither here nor there. Second, there isn't any proof that the external tools were used in the cars. As far as we know, the cars decided to ignite at the same moment. Now, obviously, that makes no sense. So there's anomalous forces at play. We just don't know what kind of anomalous forces they are.
So what do we know?
We know someone was at Site 50, walked past 9 faulty doors, stopped 14 cameras, walked past 7 lockdown barriers, accessed a low-risk locker, extracted 2 items, and left without being caught. They didn't cross paths with anyone else either, as far as we know. We also know they were capable of igniting the fuel in 4 cars while most likely being nowhere near them.
And the lucky powder thing.
Right. That. How do I even explain that?
Use your own words.
So, at the locker room, we used an informational analyzer. Used for tool for picking up thoughts that have been thought about a certain location, at any certain location. We found nothing but a label, lucky powder. Whatever it is, it's what the one behind all of this used to get out of here.
No other thought left behind then.
Nothing else. Not about pulling anything of what they pulled, nor any feelings about their actions. Only lucky powder, which is odd, I might add. It's not typical for people to not think. Sometimes it happens, but then we would find nothing instead of just one thing.
Which means...
I have no idea.
Is that our conclusion?
No one here is a noospheric professional. We have oneurologists, but that's not the same, so we have nothing. Yeah. We didn't have any answers when it happened, and we certainly don't have any answers now. Someone waltzed right into the core of our site, robbed us blind, and then dipped. And we have no idea how they pulled it off or why. So, yeah, that's my conclusion. Should we wrap this up or so we can get a more qualified team to investigate as soon as possible? Or do you have anything left to add?
No, I do not. Interview's over then. Let's get back to work.
I'm waiting to see if meta is part of the page tags when we get to the bottom. It's the addressing the audience. We'll see. So, further investigation by the Intelligence Bureau did not yield any concrete result. 8 more raids attributed to SCP-7250 occurred between this event and July 1st of 2019. During this period, several additional measures were taken in an attempt to perceive and/or contain SCP-7250. Measure result. Standard reinforcement. Personnel on guard duty was increased, and several upgrades to Site 50 security systems were implemented. No noticeable changes in raiding patterns. Reality anchoring. Reality anchors were installed in several key points of Site 50. Following a raid, it was shown that while the anchors did not fail, the sensors that activate them had fatal flaws that prevented them from activating. Monastic usage. Upon the belief that a raid was taking place, Type F monastics were administered to 3 agents. Agents were deployed, but had no encounters with SCP-7250. Blood analysis showed monastic drugs to be ineffective due to their mismanagement during the factory processing stage 7 weeks prior. I thought that monastics started at like W and went down to Z. F is a kind of weird spot for him, but it's fine. Premonition. Premonition anomalies were used to predict SCP-7250's behavior. Unclear answers indicative of uncertainty were obtained. SCP-7250's abilities are believed to be the cause of this. Non-Euclidean security. Attempts to restrain a possible SCP-7250 raid through the usage of ever-shifting non-Euclidean self-locking corridors were conducted. Due to a measuring mistake during the installation process, failsafe and locking mechanisms siphoned into the center of the corridor, collapsing it and turning the location Euclidean, effectively disassembling itself.
I like that. It's kind of like the building in Control.
Yeah. I definitely thought that too as well. Yeah. Probability anchoring. Probability warding systems believed to be able to counter a probabilistic anomaly were installed at Site 50, vetoed on a 2-1 vote by the site's Chief of Security and Chief of Research due to historical functionality issues, which is the 72050 contest storm flops. Interesting. I don't know what that is, but it's gone. Interesting. I don't know what that was.
Let me open that. Does it open a site?
No, it's deleted.
Okay, it doesn't exist.
Maybe it's misspelled. Maybe it's supposed to be the Stormflops I'm gonna say 7000 contest Stormflops. It's probably linking to another entry that's been since posted to the main list.
Yeah.
There we go. It's 7010.
Gotcha.
Author, you put your own SCP number in the link there. You're supposed to put 7000 or you can just link to 7010, which is the the NX03 one. That was wow. Feels like so long ago, even though we read that like 2 weeks ago.
Wait, SCP-7010 you said?
Yeah, it's the War on All Fronts one with the kingdom. That's yeah. That one's good. It was a good one.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Yeah, I see the connection.
Related to other contest entries. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, you know, people can talk while they're writing their articles. I guess. But that makes sense. The probability anchoring. That's kind of what they were doing over there. Yeah. Interesting. Lethal autonomous weaponry. Systems controlled by complex anomalous. See this, they're using autonomous and anomalous so close to each other. Complex anomalous AI was programmed to terminate any target not programmed into its database. During a raid event, the internal site database pushed for a mandatory update of optical systems. While programmed, the update was not meant to occur for another 3 days. That's not where I thought I was going to go with that, but okay. Burial. Low-risk items were stored inside a polygraphite sphere, 2 meters in diameter, and buried 10 meters underground. Items have not been targeted by SCP-7250-1. While proven effective, this method is not believed to serve any actual practical purpose. Okay. Yeah, I thought that there was gonna like wipe the whitelist, and it's just gonna like start firing randomly.
Oh no.
Addendum 7250.2. Following a 10th raid on December 11th, 2019, the Intelligence Bureau prepared a list of possible involved groups, as well as countermeasures either taken or to be taken to minimize involvement of these groups. A list of the most relevant groups is included below. Table 2 is Group and Countermeasure. Mejin Getsudo Shu, anomaly using mercenary group trained in ninjutsu. Hired by the Foundation to carry out espionage and assassination-related activities, but have also been hired by other groups to conduct these jobs on Foundation staff. Tools and methodology of entry used by SCP-7250 bears a resemblance with past MGS raids. Countermeasure. Trustworthy members have been tasked with investigating branches of the group in search of key SCP-7250 labels. Additional Foundation agents have been tasked with supervising the investigation. Chikage Kai, anomalous branch of the Yamaguchi-gumi, footnote, largest Yakuza organization currently operating, historically known to have had ties with both the Japanese government and several paranormal agencies connected to it, the Foundation included. Also known by the label Chicago Sake. They are active anomalous drug and arms traffickers, known to have raided Japanese Foundation sites before. Meeting between members of the East Asian Regional Council and members of the Yamaguchi-gumi was held. Agreement believed to have taken place regarding SCP-7250. No public information available. Chaos Insurgency, poorly understood terrorist organization with esoteric goals, specialized in the raiding of paranormal research facilities, have been known for infiltrating and raiding Foundation sites on multiple occasions. The Chaos Insurgency is already a group heavily looked after by the Foundation. Other than reporting any of the information regarding key SCP-7250 labels, no extra measures are believed to be needed.
Plus, if you believe the current SCP-7000 winner, then we don't have to worry about them.
Yeah, they're a little preoccupied. Inside job carried out. Oh, that's a good show. Inside job carried out by the Foundation personnel. Agents from within the Foundation using Foundation-made technology would have had an easier time raiding Foundation sites than those from outside groups. A full-scale staff investigation is being carried out under purview of the Chief of Security. Amnestic treatment and enhanced interrogation methods are to be applied when necessary. Ooh. Despite these measures, a total of 4 raids have occurred since then. No new information regarding SCP-7250 or SCP-7250-1 have been obtained. SCP-7250 update. On February 10th, 2021, a new raid on Site-50 took place. Unlike previous attempts, installed reality anchors were able to function normally, leading to direct encounter between Site-50's Chief of Security and an unknown individual. The unknown individual engaged the agent, who fatally shot the individual twice. Testimony. Site-50's Chief of Security. Yeah, of course I was expecting him. I mean, we've gotten pretty good at figuring out when a raid is happening, because everything stops working. So when I saw the cameras break, I grabbed a gun, made my way to the location. I didn't actually expect anything to come out of it. You know, it's our job to be there, to react to the threat, but we haven't accomplished anything since this started, so I didn't actually expect to meet the guy. So when I turn a corner and I meet face to face with him, I froze up. I don't think he thought anything of it. He looked at me and then just kept moving. I guess he thought I could see him. I think I followed him with my eyes, and that's what he noticed. I don't think he expected anyone to actually perceive him either. We've been trapped at this cat and mouse game for years now, except the cat's the blind one. Why ever think we'd have the upper hand for once? He was carrying a duffel bag full of tools. I only reacted when he dropped it. Made this loud noise, and I remembered where I was, what I was doing, and, well, that somebody was in front of me. I don't know if that freezing up was something the powder caused or not, but, the point is, I saw him pull a gun, one of those Nambas the cops used. He points it at me and fires. One, then two, then three. I remember ducking. I remember pulling out my gun and shooting at him. I remember my gun jamming. These things aren't really supposed to jam. So, when I took it back for a checkup, there was no evidence it had ever been jammed, but, well, the guy can bend reality, so I wasn't too surprised. After that, I threw the thing at him. I wasn't thinking straight, but hey, it worked, right? The guy got the wind knocked out of him, stumbled back, and tripped over his own bag. He fell to the ground, and I saw his gun fall as well. I took the chance. I grabbed it and shot at him. One, then two, then click. Out of rounds. It didn't matter, though, because, well, I didn't mean to shoot to kill, but the guy tried to get up, and I emptied the whole thing in his face. I personally, I don't think that was SCP-7250. Or, okay, no, he was most definitely was, but something doesn't feel right about it. You don't go from making a laughing stock of the most secure place on Earth to just dying, It doesn't make any sense. Then again, we didn't really find any lucky powder on him. Maybe his luck really literally ran out. If so, why would he risk going to the site without what made him succeed in the first place? Record analysis show that the individual's identity was that of Hiroshi Nagayama, a person of interest associated with GOI 893 Chikage Kai. Nagayama was a known paradrug smuggler, mostly active in both Freeport FP03 Urtec and FP14 Shin Kowloon. This discovery prompted the formation of a task force in order to investigate Chikage Kai regarding SCP-7250 and SCP-7250-1. With the help of the Chikage Kai, Nagayama's personal laboratory was accessed. Inside, all anomalous items stolen by SCP-7250 were found, cementing Nagayama as SCP-7250. The remains of 7 desiccated corpses were also discovered at the site. These corpses had been ground into a fine powder, with only half a corpse remaining intact. These corpses were believed to be used by Nagayama to produce SCP-7250-1. Based on religious imagery also found at the site, these corpses are believed to belong to the 7 gods of fortune. Footnote. Come on. Figures in Japanese mythology that are believed to grant good luck. They're also known for being the patron deities of several professions and traditional arts. Or, at the very least, Nagayama believed this to be true. It is not known how Nagayama obtained these corpses, and involvement into other groups is being investigated. Testimony. Let's see. Chikage Kai's matriarch, Ibaraki Doji. I can't say I knew the guy personally. I talked to him a couple times, yeah. But Hokuto is the one who manages the guys at Urtec. I don't like meddling with junkies personally, so I can't tell you anything related to who he was on the personal level. I can still tell you what I know. So this guy, Nagayama, he was drowning in debt. Usually, if the guy gets us to sell shady shit, it's not because they're in a good place. We lend them money, we lend the products, and they go on their merry way. Now, sometimes you don't sell what you need to sell, or you get your product taken from you by someone else. It's hard to be at the bottom, especially the kind of places the guy dealt with. Urtec, you got to pay both the police force and any guy already established there to even begin dealing. Kowloon, we're not the strongest organization there. Got to pay the Dragon Lord some respect, else your head rolls. So yeah, he was just a desperate guy who acted upon said desperation. Kind of admirable how he managed to fool both yours and my people. I mean, snorting corpses to become lucky, that's some crackhead logic, and it actually worked. Really want to know what was going through his head when he thought of it, and why he didn't sell the crap he stole from you. I mean, What was he waiting on? Did he think he could keep doing this for longer? Was there something else he was going to do with them? Was he too out of it to even think about it in the first place? Well, whatever. A seller snorted his own shit and used it to steal more shit and died for it. It's not an uncommon sight. The only weird part's the drug, but it's not like we don't see some weird stuff from time to time. Guess it's also weird that he decided to rob the Foundation, but that's not really our problem. It's yours. Well, it's understood that Nagayama used these corpses to produce SCP-7250-1. Further uses of the power have not yielded similar results to those attributed to SCP-7250-1 usage. It is theorized that produced SCP-7250-1 is partially or fully lost. It is theorized that produced SCP-7250-1 partially or fully lost its powers at some point between the 14th and 15th raid. Evidence of Nagayama mixing SCP-7250-1 with other paradrugs, as well as several smashed house shrines and other imagery, seem to support this. An unknown audio log has been saved to the database, awaiting security team review. View audio log. All right, so this is us again. All right. So what did you need me for?
Take a seat, please.
Is this about the bet? Look, I'm being honest.
Sit down and tell me why you did it.
I mean, it was your sister's.
Not the bet, the powder, the raids. SCP-7250. Why did you do it?
Really? You think papers being shuffled?
Here. I told the team to do another premonition ritual, this time without you. I'd been wondering. You were always in charge of everything we tested. In charge of the search party, in charge of the investigation team, in charge of the fucking security. For Christ's sake. You were always in charge of every report regarding SCP-7250. How the hell did I not see it earlier? Well, are you going to say something? Do you need me to go over everything you did?
All right, whatever. Yeah, I'm SCP-7250. I guess cat's out of the bag now.
Thanks for not making this harder than it should be. Now answer me. Why?
You're recording this, aren't you?
Of course I am.
Have I ever told you when the last time we brought new cameras for Corridor 41C?
Pardon?
You don't need to answer. I wasn't expecting to. That camera, it's from 1989. Same for the two at Cafeteria Hall 2 and the three that point at the elevators Sector A. The three that point at the elevators in Sector A. We have a couple from 1990, a couple from 91, from 92. The oldest, 1984. And that's not the only old thing here. The entire wiring on Sector B was last changed during the bubble era. We still have scanners running at 300 megahertz. You know what that means? It means it's old, outdated, unreliable.
Is that it? You pulled this out so your department could get more money to fix things? You could have asked.
Oh, don't give me that. You're going to play the victim now? If you're recording this, then mind telling our audience about the 4 budget increase requests you've denied these past 10 years? I didn't do this because it was easy. I did this because no one would have given a shit otherwise. Because you wouldn't have given a shit before.
You sound like a fucking tokusatsu villain. God.
Well, what do you want me to do? Lie?
So, where did you get the powder from?
Huh?
You heard me. Where did you...
Wait, didn't... You said you knew. Did you fucking trick me?
What do you mean?
There isn't any powder. It doesn't exist. I made it up.
What do you mean it doesn't exist?
You just told me you knew what I did.
Shut up for 1 second.
I made it the fuck up, all right? It was part of the trick. I had to make sure the higher-ups actually cared about this place being raided. So I checked every product I had clearance for, saw what the Foundation was looking for, and, well, they look for a lot, but they're really into controlling uncertainty. Who wouldn't want to make sure things worked 100% of the time, you know? That's when I decided I would use luck as the bait. I'd make things look like whoever was raiding the place was able to do this job no matter the odds.
You can't be serious. You can't expect me to believe there was nothing anomalous about this.
Of course there were anomalous bits. How did you think I blew shit up or pulled out the label thing? There was magic going on, but all I did was use the tools available to us. Wrote off everything I used as drill expenses or whichever excuse I could come up with at the time.
Fuck!
Yep.
You blew up my fucking car.
Oh, yeah, that did happen, didn't it? Huh.
And there's no powder, no anomaly,
Just me pulling some strings and wires. Mostly wires, yeah.
Fuck. I can't the council know this.
Oh?
Oh, fuck. Just give me a moment.
2 minutes of silence, interrupted by the pouring of liquid. Better?
The council wants the powder. I promised I would deliver. I can't show myself and tell them the second most trustworthy person on this site betrayed them. I'll lose fucking everything.
Did you get anything in exchange?
Where did you think the budget increase came from?
So you're telling me all I did is gonna be for naught?
I couldn't care less about you right now. I need to figure something out.
So you're not gonna arrest me then?
Can't unless I want to go down with the ship.
And you don't?
Of course I don't.
All right, well, that means I'm pretty lucky, eh?
Shut the fuck up.
Sound of liquid being poured.
That's a Yamazaki 50. That glass is half your annual salary.
You know, I didn't have any idea of when I would stop with this farce, but I did have a plan for when I decided to call it quits. Want to hear it?
Are you trying to rope me in?
You don't seem to have any other choice, do you?
All right, I'm listening.
Someone needs to take the fall. That's non-negotiable. What we can negotiate is who, though. Something slides against the wood.
Whose number is this?
Familiar with the local mafia?
Will this work?
If we're lucky, then maybe.
Oh, God, I hate you.
Liquid being drunk. Feels good to have the upper hand again, you know? Gotta admit, though, I was pretty impressed the recording.
Ah, right. 1 second.
End log. Deleting audio log. So, I liked it. Like, there's parts of it that I liked a lot, but there was a lot of, like, clunky wording and stuff, too. I think it needs work. You need some... That last thing was great. I loved that. That was a lot of fun.
Up until that last log, my thought process for this article went through 2 phases. One of them was the first 10%, and it was one of my very favorite articles on the site is SCP-008-J, Jeff.
Sure.
And this just seemed like Jeff played straight for a minute. Like, he's a burglar, and he's actually going into the site on purpose rather than accidentally bumbling in. And so that entertained me for like half a second. I always shout out Jeff when I can.
For good reason.
Then I got really bored with the story, but very impressed with the presentation. Like, this person, I don't know this author, they're pulling out all the stops, though, like, their containment procedures, their description, like, the containment procedures aren't too long. The description, you get, like, these are the kinds of things that can happen. Very well explained. This is what's been going on. Here's the gear. Security log 1 with the characters in the interview don't matter. But then going through this, like, very thorough, this is everything we could have done. I'm like, wow, you really covered all your bases here. You start going into the different groups of interest who could be doing it. Wow, You're, like, really pulling all the stops here. And the whole time I'm thinking, man, there is not enough interesting heart to this article to make me care about all of this great detail work you're doing. All I wanted to do is like read this author's other works to see if they had a story with a better, like, interesting core, then it would be, like, interesting, because everything here is so good except for what you're talking about.
Yeah.
And, you know, we've all written a book report, or we've all told a very good book report about a story we didn't read and gave our best yarn that we could.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so this last log made it at least an upvote for me, because I got some good character work. I got a little Yakuza vibes with these characters arguing with each other a little bit and flying by the seat of our pants and bullshit.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's definitely, begrudgingly, I will upvote it because I like the concept and story is just, it's very solid. And I think a lot of that, like, dry, like the very procedural granular testing is kind of the point, right? It's like, you know, they're documenting everything to the T, but really they're, you know, he's just flying under everyone's nose. But I do think that there's some work like to be done in like the formatting and like the tone of like when I say formatting, I mean SBAG stuff, like, you know, spelling, punctuation, grammar, or that. Not like the actual layout, the article. The actual layout's great. It looks fine. Yeah.
If it had ended with the just the guy being gone because his luck had run out, this would be a no vote because I'd have been too bored.
Yes, I that's what I was thinking it was going to do too. So I'm glad that they turned that around. It's easy to miss that collapsible too. That's, you know, you could just waltz right by that. There's a fair bit of white space.
All right, good game, author. Good game.
Yeah, good stuff. I want to see what their other works are, because they have a pretty fair bit of karma. So I'm wondering, because at first I kind of got like the vibes like this might be a new author and they're kind of biting off more than they could chew with like the probabilistics and then talking about noospheric stuff and this and that. I'm like, a lot of people want to do that. You know, it seems cool and like high concept, but like, you know, you should probably not do that for your first article unless you're, you know, like, you know, placeholder or whatever. But you know, the it definitely turned around. Yeah, for sure. So good job. All right. Next on the docket is 7011 by Land 2D.
7011 by Land 2D. Let's get this article formatted for the stream.
Ooh. It's is that very short, or is it deceiving? Oh, it's deceiving. Okay. All right.
Of course it is. Hey, buddy, can I convince you to take main on this one since I read for 2 hours?
Absolutely. Yeah, I was waiting for you to say something.
My hero.
There's a lot of dialogue in it too, so it should be all right.
I'm happy to help out with dialogue. Yes.
Yeah. Let me take a drink though, because
wise choice.
All right. Overwatch Command. In light of recent developments in the SCP-7011 case, the Overseer Council has deemed your involvement necessary in containing the anomaly. Your compliance is mandatory and you are expected to study it and prepare for your insertion in 10 hours. To do so, you have been granted temporary access to Level 5 and Overseer classified documentation. Your supervisors have been notified accordingly. Secure, contain, protect. It's already starting off kind of reminding me of like attempt to look back at what we accomplished. The one where they're like, you have to organize all the articles in the database in chronological order, and they're like, this is impossible. It's a good one. Accessing. Session confirmed. All right, you take orange, I'll take blue.
They could have been a tad nicer about it.
Indeed.
Could you retrieve the 7011 file for me?
Of course. Retrieving. There are two. The first is level 3 classified and the second is level 5. Which one do you want access to first?
The level 5. No. Give me the original.
Excuse me?
Give me the level 3 first. I need to see everything.
SCP-7K _ level 3.pdf uploaded. Good luck.
Thank you, Alexandra.
Accessing document. Level 3 classified. SCP-7011. Welcome, Hector. Item number SCP-7011. Object class safe. Site responsible, not applicable. Director, not applicable. Research head, Researcher Klein. Assigned task force, OTF Samech 1. Outsiders, level 3. Image caption, Wallowa Lake, as seen from observation point 12. Special containment procedures. Due to the unknown radius of SCP-7011's field of effect, unauthorized Foundation personnel are forbidden from entering within 2 kilometers of the town's perimeter. Permission to enter is granted only to members of Observational Task Force Samech 1 outsiders, or with those with express overseer authorizations. Those that enter without authorization must not be retrieved, and upon exit from SCP-7011's radius, must be sufficiently reprimanded. Personnel must not interfere with civilians entering or exiting this zone, as this may disrupt current research efforts as well as potentially expose the presence of Foundation agents in the vicinity. Despite the nature of SCP-7011, personnel must continually be reminded of residents' human value to prevent dangerous lines of thought. Additionally, SCP-7011's status as anomalous must be routinely confirmed by Foundation predictive supercomputer Alice, the details of which can be found below. SCP-7011 and its surrounding area must be observed 24/7. Description: SCP-7011 refers to the anomalously deterministic behavior of humans and other unexplained phenomena in the small town of Joseph, Oregon. SCP-7011 affects an area approximately 2.5 kilometers in diameter from the center of Joseph, and thus affects the entire population of Joseph. Footnote: 1,124 people as of 2019. SCP-7011 does not cause residents of Joseph to act abnormally in any way. Rather, it allows their future actions to be predicted to a degree of accuracy much higher than people outside of the town. Presently, Foundation anomalous technologies can predict the short, medium, and long-term future events of the town with 95% accuracy. It is currently hypothesized that introduced elements become determined to an unknown extent upon entering the town's border. The existence of SCP-7011 cannot be inferred from observation alone, as the anomaly is fully invisible to both residents of the town and outside observers. By using a combination of standard and anomalous technologies, Foundation engineers are consistently able to confirm the presence of SCP-7011 within human behavior in Joseph. Moreover, the discovery of SCP-7011 is attributed to the development of predictive AI mechanisms within the last 5 years. Hence, it is unknown how long SCP-7011 has existed, nor how widespread similar anomalies may be. As of June 16th, 2022, SCP-7011's field of effect is stable, and further research into the anomaly is ongoing. Addendum 7011.1 Alice Briefing. Footnote, or sorry, not footnote, the image caption. Alice. Alice, or the Artificial Local Intelligence Clairvoyance Engine, is an anomalous Foundation supercomputer used in the calculation and subsequent prediction of outcomes in non-human systems. It's like the 4th or 5th anomalous supercomputer that's introduced in this contest. Alice's scope of prediction is virtually limitless. The engine's settings can be calibrated to predict extremely precise events in time. For short, immediate series of events, such as modeling the trajectory of a shrapnel explosion, to prolonged series, such as the movement of satellites in orbit. Notably, Alice does not find prediction of chaotic, complex systems particularly difficult due to its anomalous attributes. These attributes are as follows: anomalously compact computing systems, enhanced software speed, net zero energy usage, anomalously efficient cooling mechanisms, and localized omniscience. Localized omniscience here refers to Alice's ability to glean exact physical knowledge of a certain input area to the molecular level. Further, this feature is hypothesized to be an emergent property of the vague circumstances of the engine's construction and are not fully understood. Footnote, and thus is considered anomalous. Alice's other anomalous features are induced thaumaturgically by Foundation personnel, created employing anomalous technologies, the result of conjunction with other SCP objects in Foundation control, and a combination of the above, and are therefore better understood. To prevent information overload, Alice is also equipped with an AI sorting system that can limit the calculations necessary for an accurate prediction by observing and recording patterns in micro-level systems that comprise higher-level behaviors, as opposed to fully calculating all the physical processes involved. At present, Alice has identified over 10 to the 17th power of these patterns, saving immense amounts of computational power and energy. So it's net zero energy. Alice works under the assumption of a physicalist determined universe, using the flaws of physics of baseline reality as the basis of its calculations. In this way, Alice is primarily used for Foundation scientific research and informing the design of new technology, rather than the containment of anomalies or in conflicts with hostile groups of interest. Further details are Level 5 classified.
So it begins.
Addendum 7011.2, Discovery and Context. On May 16th, 2022, the Alice supercomputer underwent major transportation. The engine was temporarily disassembled and moved to a new location to acquire system augmentations which would significantly increase its range and functionality. In addition and testing of these new systems, Alice immediately produced detailed predictions regarding the SCP-7011 anomaly. Normally, such detailed predictions would not be possible to extrapolate from a system containing human elements. Yet, Alice continued to produce short, medium, and long-term predictions about the town of Joseph. This discovery has had a notable impact on Foundation anomalous philosophy. To illustrate this, a relevant excerpt can be seen below. Excerpt from The Future Hasn't Happened Yet by Marquis Hanser, Foundation historian, scientist, and member of the SCP-7011 project team. It is an inaccuracy to call Alice a clairvoyance engine, although I suspect this is simply hyperbole to fill the acronym better, as the machine's anomalous characteristics are not in the magical prediction of the future. Rather, they involve the magical gathering of information and subsequent prediction of the future. Therefore, Alice fits into the category of scientific deterministic prediction rather than anomalous. In thaumaturgic divination, anomalous clairvoyance, or whatever name you want to call the magic stuff, in the prediction of the future is a matter of universal forces, of destiny. These methods assume the future is set in stone, and learning its contents requires either waiting for it to happen or taking shortcuts. In this case, resorting to thaumaturgy. In scientific prediction, our assumptions are pretty much the same. A pair of dice will land a certain way depending on how they are thrown, and therefore, if the action of throwing them can be wholly understood, one would know the exact score even before landing. Barring quantum mechanics, an entirely separate demon, this assumption holds true in all cases. The universe and its processes can be modeled as a line of dominoes. The ending is set in stone, and destiny, in some sense of the word, does exist. This was until Alice was created, where the assumption was shattered, or so we initially thought. Upon further analysis, it was found that this assumption still held true, but with an addendum. The universe and its processes can be modeled as deterministic, excluding human systems. More specifically, systems involving consciousness. The ethical implications of this discovery as of now are unclear. Addendum 7011.3. Liking this so far, it reminds me of Dev's FX series. Very good series. You should watch it. Investigation 1. Observation. Time 12:06. Event. 3 speedboats approach a beachside property, each with a singular driver. They anchor the boats on the beach and disembark, then move towards the property. Soon, the 3 are greeted by David Wilson, the owner of the property, and are invited inside. They leave 24 hours later. Analysis. Short-term predictions change for David Wilson from house chores to interacting with 3 guests. No change in medium or long-term predictions return their previous recorded state after the departure, and stabilize. Image caption. Observation point 39
50 degrees east of Wallowa Lake. Location, observation point 2, outside the town's highway entrance. Time, 9:12. Event, flock of black-billed magpies settle on nearby houses. Local children notice. They begin picking up pebbles from the ground. These children cause a ruckus, shouting at the birds and throwing pebbles at them until they fly away. After, the children continue playing outside. Analysis. Alice's short-term predictions stutter slightly, but display no visible change. Location, observation point 8, town entrance. Time, 1426 hours. Event, a hiker enters the town and stops off at a local supermarket to replenish their supplies. They are observed to converse with a local resident, asking about the hiking areas surrounding Joseph. Multiple residents engage in conversation, providing their advice. After 2 hours, the hiker leaves. Analysis, no change. 279 entries omitted. Investigation 2, introduced elements. Location, various. Time, 12:19. Event, Foundation remote-controlled drone sent into the town along Wallowa Lake's coast. The drone crosses the lake in order to sabotage town infrastructure, but unexpectedly experiences a power failure and falls into Wallowa Lake, damaging it irreversibly. Analysis, no visible change. Location, various. Time, 17 hours, 54 minutes. Event, location, Foundation remote-controlled drone sent into the town through west-facing perimeter. A strong gust of wind immediately follows and blows the drone out of control range, preventing further investigation. Analysis, no further change. Location, various. Time, 1600 hours. Event, Foundation remote-controlled drone sent into the town through northwest-facing perimeter. Soon after entering, the drone is spotted by local residents, and the operator is instructed to return it, prematurely halting the investigation to prevent further suspicion. Analysis, no further change. Drone tests halted for now. We're getting nowhere. Researcher Klein. 23 entries omitted. Investigation 3, sabotage. Here we go. Time, 1900 hours and 35 minutes. Event, OTF SEMEC 1 outsiders instructed to disrupt local power grid functionality. Joseph subsequently experiences a full lack of electricity for 25 minutes before being reinstated by a large backup generator which was previously unobserved and unmarked on Foundation maps. Analysis, no change. Image caption, observation point 70 above Wallowa Lake. It's kind of seeming like this last one too a little bit. Location, town-wide. Time, 8 hours, 12 minutes. Event, OTF SEMEC 1 outsiders, or OTF SEMEC 1 outsiders, right? Instructed to disrupt local water supply functionality, preventing residents from using tap water. Joseph goes 7 hours without water before the water maintenance team arrives and reinstates the supply. Attempts by OTF SEMEC 1 to interfere fail, and the task force is eventually recalled after the maintenance team resolves the issue. Analysis. Short-term predictions vary wildly. Medium-term predictions stutter before returning to their previous state. Addendum 7011.4. Context. Excerpt from The Future Hasn't Happened Yet by Harkeet Hanser. Arguably, all living beings have consciousness to some extent. However, I will be defining the word differently henceforth. Consciousness is an agent's ability to freely make decisions, not solely through the acting out of a physical chain of events, but through their own will. Even if a physical chain of events is the way in which this will is realized. I suppose I will call this F-consciousness to avoid confusion. The distinction between consciousness and F-consciousness is purely internal. Both conscious and F-conscious beings behave the same way from an external observation. However, by definition, beings possessing F-consciousness cannot be predicted accurately, whilst regular conscious beings can be predicted accurately. Footnote: most humanoids and some animals fall into this category. This is confirmed by the Alice supercomputer, a computer which can predict only the physical, yet cannot predict the actions of F-conscious beings. This is where the SCP-7000 anomaly comes in. The beings in the town of Joseph, Oregon cannot be predicted with almost 100% accuracy. They are not F-conscious, they are simply conscious, and therefore different to every other being in existence. Addendum 7011.5. Interview. Image caption. Observation point not available. Image taken off Wallowa Lake Highway. Sign reads, "This little town is heaven to us. Don't drive like hell through it." Purpose. To learn more about the nature of SCP-7011 by explicitly attempting to alter the short-term and medium-term future predictions of the Alice supercomputer. Baseline short-term Alice predictions. Subject, Jeremiah Armstrong, will continue walking along Wallowa Lake Highway. Subject will cross the road. Subject will enter local restaurant, the Dog Spot, and remain for 45 minutes. Subject will return home. After each instruction, the corresponding phrase has been added. The first, change, denotes a visible change in predictions, whilst the second, return, denotes a return to previously recorded baseline predictions. The interview was conducted by Dr. Maya Blanche, a junior researcher on the SCP-7011 project. Do you want to be Armstrong?
Sounds good.
Begin log. Dr. Blanche is dressed in plain clothes, masquerading as an anthropologist conducting a survey in order to learn about the people and the history of Joseph. She has approached a local resident, identified as Jeremiah Armstrong, after which he agrees to the interview. Thanks for agreeing to the survey. Most people tend to just pass me by. No one's obligated, of course, but it's exhausting standing around in this heat all day.
Yeah, I see that. You'd probably have more success in the shade over there. Or asking around the shops.
Good point. Dr. Blanche is instructed to begin questioning. So here we go. I'll start off with the easy ones. So you should have no problem.
You'd be surprised.
How long have you lived in Joseph?
Pretty much my whole life. How did you know I lived here?
I haven't met any tourists yet. Just assumed. Dr. Blanche is instructed to continue the line of questioning. Sorry, you technically didn't answer the question. Footnote. Change.
You want to know how old I am, don't you? I've been living here for around 30 years, and we moved here when I was 4, so...
And can I ask how you feel about Joseph, after living here so long?
Well, recently it's been a bit hectic around here. The water shut off a few days ago. We've been getting power cuts, too, lately. I think this old infrastructure is finally catching up to us. Were you in town for the water thing?
No, I just arrived today.
Lucky you missed that. People weren't panicking, but they were panicked, you know? What's weird about the whole thing is that we're right next to a lake. I think we'd have infinite water here.
Yeah, I'm not sure. What about in general? Do you like Joseph?
Yeah, I think so. Don't really have a frame of reference considering how long I've been here, but yeah, I'd say so. The people here are nice and the town is quiet, but not too quiet. Interesting things still happen here every now and then, and if they didn't, I'd keep myself busy.
Footnote. Return. Dr. Blanche is instructed to avoid conversation about Joseph itself. Can I ask you a personal question?
You can ask.
Are you married?
Ah, that kind of personal. No, not at the moment.
But you were. Footnote. Predicting's gonna say change. Change, okay.
Can we move on to the next question? Sorry.
Dr. Blanche is instructed to move on. Yeah, sure. Are you religious, Jeremy?
That's a harder question to ask and answer than you'd think. Most people here are Christian. My family are Jewish, but I don't really practice. I celebrate the holidays when they come around, but it's not something I devote that much time to, so... Not really is your answer?
Yes, thanks. Do you believe in God yourself? Dr. Blanche is instructed to refrain from unnecessary politeness.
I'm not sure. In a sense, yes, but in another sense, it's hard. I pray to God when I need him, when I'm on the plane, or when I'm, finding it difficult for whatever reason. But I don't think I believe in him. Not actively, anyway.
So, what about fate? Destiny?
These are some tough questions. Fate, huh? I think so. I like to think everything happens for a reason. I don't know if that's the same thing, but it's related, right?
Yeah, I think so. If everything happened for a reason, it would follow that there were some forces beyond our control guiding our lives, in a way.
Exactly. When you put it like that, maybe I do believe in God after all.
What are you doing after this?
Is this what I think it is?
No, sorry. It's on my question list. It's not.
I was actually on my way to lunch. You could come along if you want.
Sorry, I would, but I don't have a break until later.
Wait, this is your work? People don't really do in-person surveys anymore. I assume this was a student thing or a weird hobby.
Footnote. Return. Yeah.
Where do you work? I might have heard of it. You never know.
Dr. Blanche is instructed to ignore the question. What do you do for a living?
Kind of in between jobs right now, but by trade, I'm an electrician. I just realized, shouldn't you be writing all this down? I've said a lot.
That is a little suspicious, yeah. I have a good memory.
Ah.
When you were younger, did you want to be an electrician? Footnote. Change.
Nah, not to say I dislike the idea of my job now, but I just dislike the idea of all jobs. I've always been a laid-back guy, I think. Better at, I don't know, stuff like this, socializing, answering questions on the side of the road for someone I just met.
Maybe you'd be better off in a sales job.
Maybe.
Okay, next question. Dr. Blanche is instructed to perform standard mimetic questioning. Does the Black Moon... Sorry, I can't. Alice predictions stutter.
Ma'am? You all right?
Yes, Yes, I'm fine. I think it's the heat. Dr. Blanche is instructed to continue questioning.
I think we should stop here for today.
Yeah, you're right. I think I'm not. Dr. Blanche is instructed to continue the questioning. I have one more question. Footnote. Return. No change. Okay. Trying to predict them ahead of time.
Okay, if you're sure.
What would you do to protect those you loved? Footnote. This question was not present on the provided question list.
Sorry? Could you repeat the question?
I would do anything for those I loved. I would do everything. Footnote. Return.
Ma'am.
Most people claim they would, but they wouldn't. Footnote. Return. Most people would buckle at the first sign of pressure. I wouldn't. I didn't. Return. Dr. Blanche is instructed to stop talking. You think I'm joking? I could do anything. They think they can break me with these pathetic attempts? Look, they're listening. Footnote. Return. Armstrong steps back as Dr. Blanche raises her voice.
Hey, easy there. I think you might be dehydrated.
Dr. Blanche removes her earpiece and hands it to Armstrong. He pauses but takes it. Before Armstrong can inspect the device, the connection is remotely severed by Foundation command. Dr. Blanche's recording equipment is still active.
What am I looking at?
It's them. It's them. They're the ones. They're the ones. Footnote. Return. Armstrong hands the earpiece back without inspecting it.
Ma'am, I think you need to see a doctor. The heat's getting to you. I've seen this before.
No, leave me alone.
Okay, I'm gonna call my friend at the infirmary.
Armstrong begins dialing a number in his phone. Dr. Blanche sits on the curb. No, sorry. I just need a moment to think. I'm sorry. Silence as Armstrong puts his phone down.
Shouldn't I stay?
Dr. Blanche shakes her head slowly.
Alright, here.
Armstrong hands her a water bottle from his bag. He then writes something on a loose piece of paper and hands it to her.
Hold on to these. If it gets worse, give me a ring.
Dr. Blanche nods.
Yeah, I'll see you around.
Armstrong walks across the road, exiting the interview. End log. After the interview concluded, Dr. Blanche remained in Joseph, and thus SCP-7011's field of effect, until OTF-SEMEC-1 managed to extract her 2 hours later. Upon being questioned, Dr. Blanche expressed confusion about the events of the interview, claiming that she, quote, followed instructions and had, quote, no memory of deviating from the planned list of questions. Furthermore, she expressed difficulty in recalling the second half of the interview or any subsequent events in the town. Following this, Dr. Blanche was recommended for amnestic therapy and psychological evaluation, pending approval. However, 24 hours after her extraction, she failed to arrive at her research post in Site 24. With no contact from her in over 48 hours, she was assumed missing. Soon after, an email was received with her location being traced to Joseph. To M. Klein at SCIP.net, from M. Blanche at SCIP.net. Dear Maria, footnote. The forename of lead researcher Klein. I don't think I can do this anymore. I'm going to stay. Goodbye and thanks, Maya. After this report was received, all attempts to contact Dr. Blanche were ignored. On July 25th, 2022, over 72 hours after she was declared missing, the Alice supercomputer unexpectedly produced detailed predictions on the long-term future of Blanche, which had previously been unstable. Baseline long-term Alice predictions. Subject, Maya Blanche, will rent an apartment, 3 months. Subject will purchase a car, 1 year. Subject will change her forename to Jeanette, 2 years. Subject will marry in Joseph, 4 years. Subject will remain in Joseph indefinitely, not applicable. This provoked immediate response, as it would mean the permanent loss of a Foundation agent and potential threat to the Veil. However, all initial attempts at extracting were unsuccessful. The first, a plainclothes excursion conducted by members of OTF-SEMEC-1 was intended to quietly extract Blanche without the use of force. This approach faced complications. After coming into contact with Blanche, the extraction team engaged in conversation with her for over 30 minutes before exiting the town and leaving her behind. The second occurred a day later. With more attention placed in speed and counter-mimetic techniques, the team reached Blanche without error, but upon requesting her compliance, Blanche expressed extreme anger, resulting in her fleeing the town center. 1 day later, Alice outputted large variations in predictions, rendering the computer useless and aiding further operations. In addition, unusual spikes in radiation were detected coming from just outside Joseph, implying heavy reality alterations. In response, a task force was commissioned with the purpose of forcibly extracting Blanche and investigating the source of the radiation. Task force members consisted of 3 members of Operational Task Force SEMEC-1 due to their proximity and experience in the town. Date, July 30th, 2022. Provisional Task Force SEMEC-1 Outsiders, Stealth and Extraction. SEMEC-1 ARC, Squad Lead. SEMEC-1 Queen. SEMEC-1 Red Set. All right. Let's see. There's 4 people then I see at least. There's probably 5. There's probably it's Blanche, Queen, Arc, Red Set, and Command. Mm-hmm. So I will take Commands, Blanche. Let's see how many commands. Okay, yes, there's not too many from Command. And I'll take Red Set because I like the name. So you're Arc and Queen.
Arc and Queen, you got it.
All right. Begin log. Arc, Queen, and Red Set's body cameras face the insertion point by the town's perimeter. The point of insertion is within the forest by Wallowa River. All 3 agents have previously crossed the river and are awaiting instruction. Confirm position.
East perimeter, observation point 12. Same, op 12.
Silence.
Red.
Yeah, east perimeter, OP12. Copy that. 1 second. Okay, cleared for entry.
Copy. Let's move.
3 cross the perimeter into Joseph and make their way through the forest, avoiding trail paths and clearings. The team enter within 1 kilometer of the target's location. They slow and spread out.
Okay, you two. There's no reason this won't be quick and easy. Extract the researcher, don't get spotted, identify the source of the radiation. 3 things to keep track of. Want to repeat yourself a 5th time? Just making sure.
Blanche is making it easy for us. I don't know if she knows anything about the tracker, but she can't be that careless to just walk into a deserted area. She's Foundation.
Formerly, she's resigned.
The anomaly resigned, not her. She's not the one in control.
That reminds me, don't speak to her. If it's mimetic or transferred through her speech, we might end up same as her. Better not risk it.
Copy that.
What if she speaks to us? Surely that'll spread it too. All the more reason to make haste.
The three continue through the forest, closing in on the target's location. Soon they come across an abandoned sewer system concurrent with Foundation records of the town. The architecture is covered in plant life, a result of the rainfall and increased humidity from Wallowa Lake.
Okay, home stretch now. Command, how far are we?
200 meters. She's not moving. You should be good to approach.
Copy.
The team passed multiple concrete structures, all in varying states of disarray and ruin, before entering a small clearing. The clearing faces a short tunnel, overgrown and deserted. The three await instruction, and the image caption says, "View from ARC's front-facing body camera."
Damn.
I can see why Blanche wanted to stay.
Not now, Red. Command.
She's on the other side of that tunnel, 50 meters.
On it.
The team enter and advance slowly through the tunnel. After 2 minutes, the tunnel exit opens into a large clearing. The clearing appears artificial. It is surrounded by a ring of trees. Vines hang down around the perimeter, creating a full curtain, and any tall plants growing from the ground have been cut away. In the center, there is a tall structure consisting of a square metal base and a cylindrical protrusion from said base, composed of an unknown material. The structure is sunken at a 10-degree angle, with the metal base partially buried. Despite the light plant life around the base of the structure itself is covered in moss and creepers. The metal base displays no sign of rust.
What the?
Blanche is sitting against the structure, her back to its left side. As the team enter the clearing, she turns her head, appearing undisturbed by their sudden presence. Shit.
Command, I've got eyes on her.
Silence. Blanche has a neutral expression on her face and remains still.
Command?
Clear to move.
Wait, there's something else here with her. A machine of some kind. Looks like it's been here a while.
Describe it. There's something obscuring your camera.
It's like one of those reality drives, but larger. Covered in plants. There are weird symbols all over it, like runes.
That may be the source. Ignore it for now. Focus on the target.
Copy.
The team moves further into the clearing, circling the structure and Blanche. Queen moves left, Red set right, while Arc remains facing the front of the structure. Blanche raises a hand. Please, there's no need to. Arc trains his rifle on Blanche. Never mind.
Queen, the cards.
Queen moves towards her, kneeling down. Blanche is still sitting against the structure. After a moment, she hands her 3 paper cards, each containing printed writing. Blanche scans the cards. Queen readies her handcuffs in a gag. What am I meant to be doing with these?
They're Queen, don't reply.
Nods. Blanche audibly sighs. She discards the cards on the floor beside her and stands up. Can't you just... Why do you have to go out to all these lengths? Please, I've made my mind up. Queen opens the handcuffs, placing them on Blanche's hands. She does not resist. Queen attempts to place the gag to restrain her speech. Stop. I've had enough. Queen stops moving.
Queen, you all right?
Queen remains stationary in front of Blanche.
I can't move. What is this? I can't... Shit, hang on.
Blanche removes her handcuffs and drops them on the floor. At the same time, Red Set approaches Blanche from behind and attempts to restrain her. Before Red Set can touch Blanche, he freezes in place. I asked you to stop. Blanche moves towards Queen and removes her helmet. You're a real person. What's your name?
Amanda.
Blanche does the same to Red Set. And you? Byron. I like the font change. It's cool.
Yeah.
Blanche leans back and runs her hands through her hair.
Command, are you seeing this?
They aren't. You have to make the decision yourself. This moment is for you, not for a council to sit back and decide your life. Arc remains silent. These two, Blanche gestures towards Queen and Redset. They need a break. I think we're going to go now. Are you coming? Command. Heavy static can be heard. Ark, stall for time. You're cleared to speak.
Where are we going?
Joseph.
We're already in Joseph.
Blanche turns to look at Ark, then gestures towards the tunnel entrance. Come on, lead the way. At once, Queen and Redset begin moving towards the tunnel entrance. Their helmets rest on the grass below.
Wait, Queen, Red, remember why you're here.
Queen and Redset continue moving. They do not reply.
Shit.
Blanche walks slowly behind them. They all pass Ark, who does not move.
Why do you need them?
Blanche continues moving, entering the tunnel. Queen and Redset are ahead. It's their turn to be free. Ark moves to the entrance. Blanche's voice echoes throughout the tunnel. Joseph is always open. There is no last chance.
Command, can you hear me? They're under some sort of compulsion. Should I pursue?
Heavy static.
I have a clear shot on Blanche. Command, can you hear me?
Blanche, Queen, and Redset are almost at the exit of the tunnel. Ark passes the entrance threshold.
Stop moving or I'll shoot.
There is no reply. Static. Cleared for use of force. Fire. Ark looks into his sight without pulling the trigger. Blanche and the two team members have disappeared from view into the forest. After a moment, Ark straightens.
They're gone.
He drops his rifle, removes his helmet, and lies in the grass, gazing up at the blue sky above. End log. The SCP-7011 project has been temporarily suspended by Overseer Ordnance. Please see your project supervisor for more details.
I think it's time. Alexandra?
On it. Decrypting. SCP-7K _ level 5.pdf uploaded. Open. Offset. Next one. Let's see. SCP-7011. Object class, Keter. Site responsible, Site 24. Director, not available. Research head, Researcher Klein. Assigned task force, OTF Summit 1. Outsiders. You pick one spelling or the other. Is there an H at the end or not? Photo caption, aerial view of Joseph. Special containment procedures. As the current situation regarding SCP-7011 is highly variable, containment protocol is pending the resumption of the SCP-7011 project. Previous containment procedures have been removed due to obsolescence. Item number. SCP-7011 is a highly augmented anomalous supercomputer, formerly known as the Artificial Low Intelligence Clairvoyance Engine, ALICE. ALICE was previously located in Site 24, however underwent an anomalous relocation event upon which its central computation cluster appeared within the borders of Joseph, Oregon, designated Incident 7011.3. ALICE's initial function was the simple prediction of future. However, through a heavy anomalous enhancement, the supercomputer gained the ability to realize specific desirable future events. In order to do so, ALICE makes micro-reality alterations at present time, utilizing the butterfly effect as a means to amplify these micro-alterations into visible changes in reality. This is possible due to the supercomputer's primary anomalous ability, localized omniscience. Combined with its reality-altering capabilities, this allows the supercomputer to calculate the most desirable outcome for short, medium, and long-term periods, which can be chosen and ultimately acted upon by Foundation engineers. Prior to Incident 7011.3, ALICE had fully completed construction and was in the late stages of testing its secondary anomalous ability, reality alteration. Sounds like nothing will go wrong. Previously, ALICE had aided the Foundation in the containment of predictable anomalies, the development of advanced military and research technology, and primarily the creation of long-term predictive models. As of, this is May 16, 2022, ALICE's artificial intelligence conscript has displayed hostile behavior, speculated to be the result of an engineering oversight, the catalyst for Incident 7011.3. ALICE was constructed by request of the O5 Council. The construction of the supercomputer and its surrounding responsibilities was given the name Project Phaethon, which itself was divided into two stages: construction and testing, lasting 5 years, and enhancement, lasting 2 years, before being interrupted by Incident 7011.3. Further details are found in Alice's project documentation, Level 5 classified. Project Phaethon. Phaethon? Phaethon.
That's what I'd say.
Yeah, Phaethon. Purpose: construct an anomalous supercomputer, significantly increasing Foundation predictive power and ability to compete with advancing anomalous technology. Abstract: in response to emerging threats to the Foundation's existence, namely the acquisition of omniscient and semi-omniscient entities by hostile or competing groups of interest, the O5 Council has dictated the construction of an anomalous predictive engine necessary to give the Foundation a sufficient technological advantage. This proposal was initiated almost immediately, with final construction plans being completed on October 9th, 2009. A truncated component list can be seen below. Central Computational Cluster. The Central Computational Cluster is where the majority of the supercomputer's anomalous capabilities will be housed. It will be constructed using a lattice of anomalously resistant structures to prevent it from being affected by thaumaturgical construction procedures and reality-altering events. Among those capabilities will be the computer's artificial intelligence conscript, will be trained to process large sums of data and recognize complex patterns. Power distribution unit and supply. The supercomputer will require vast amounts of power, and therefore the power supply unit will utilize anomalous self-perpetuating energy systems derived from existing SCP objects. In order to avoid the possibility of a meltdown, these systems will be regulated using cooling manifolds, which repurpose the excess energy into the assigned facility's electrical grid. General computing systems. The general computing systems will perform 98% of the computer's calculations and processes, and will require the most volume out of all planned components. Control interface. The control interface consists of the control display unit, contained within facility pending. Footnote. However, additional CDUs are planned for construction outside of facility and the active satellite, used to specify where the engine will be redirected. In combination, these components will allow Foundation engineers to control and readily manage the computer's operations. Due to Project Phaethon's highly classified nature, the O5 Council assumed full supervision of the supercomputer's construction, requesting specific features to be emphasized as seen below. Request O51. Full secrecy must be ensured, both during and after construction. Solution. Use of thaumaturgy to permanently compress the general computing systems into a significantly smaller volume, allowing the project to operate on a smaller, less conspicuous scale. Inscribe the general computational cluster with cognitohazardous sigils aimed at denying scrying attempts by hostile entities. Request O55. The engine must be able to aid research in various parts of Foundation and joint research projects outside of general Foundation jurisdiction. Solution. Use satellite technology to achieve a global usage sphere. Request O55. The engine must be able to be upgraded and moved easily to ensure maximum flexibility. Solution. The computer will be modular. Each component can be separated to an extent without hindering efficacy. Request O512. The machine must not die. Solution. Guarantee constant maintenance and replacement of dysfunctional parts. Request O54. The computer must not be reliant on living or humanoid anomalies, as they are unreliable and cannot be controlled as the machine should. Solution. Use primarily inert anomalies to power the engine's functions. Joint solution. Use formulated artificial intelligence conscript instead of a singular omniscient entity, allowing both immortality and control of processes. As per the O5's instructions, these requests were incorporated into the construction of the supercomputer. However, the final request for an artificial intelligence conscript capable of omniscience or semi-omniscience proved exceedingly difficult. All attempts at inducing omniscience through thaumaturgic or other anomalous means resulted in failure. According to modern Foundation metrics, the artificial creation of an omniscient entity is as difficult as the creation of a supercomputer of Alex's caliber. In order to circumvent this issue, Foundation engineers attempted to use non-sentient machine learning algorithms to categorize and sort the input data. However, This also resulted in failure, as the algorithms lacked the awareness and intelligence to interpret the input data's complexity. Since the creation of an omniscient AIC wasn't possible, the project was suspended until a suitable replacement for the AI conscript could be identified. Soon after, the Foundation would come into custody of an anomalous child displaying signs of potential omniscience. The first documented interaction is as follows. Sounds great. Anomaly induction interview number 1. All right. You want to be the omniscient child?
Sounds good.
Lovely. Dr. Grant enters the room and pulls up a chair. Redacted is sitting on the floor beside the bed. Good morning. How are you feeling?
Better.
That's good to hear. How's your head?
Quiet.
Must be a relief.
It's never been this quiet before. What's happening to me?
This room you're in is designed to help.
So, I can't leave?
Not until we find another way to help you. It's unfortunate, but I'm afraid it's necessary. For now, at least.
Okay. When can I see them?
Sorry.
When can I see them?
That won't be possible as of now, but the people here are working on a permanent solution for your problem. Something that'll make it quiet forever. It won't be long, I promise.
After that, I can see them?
Yes,
Okay.
I'll see you later. Dr. Grant stands and exits the room. Following this, Foundation began to actively search for humanoid anomalies displaying omniscience to a useful extent. At the same time, Redacted was put under extensive testing procedure to further understand their abilities. Numerous other human and humanoid anomalies were also admitted to Foundation care by order of the O5 Council, who were adamant to finish Project Phaethon as soon as the technology allowed. A sample interview can be seen below. Anomaly induction interview number 12. Dr. Grant enters the room. The room has expanded and has more furniture than before. Redacted stands upon seeing the door open. Hello. How have you been holding up?
Why are you back? Are they here?
No, unfortunately. This is about something else.
I told you only to come back if you brought them with you. Or if you could let me leave.
I know. The testing has been going well, I hear.
How do you know? They don't tell me anything.
I hear things around the site. Rumor has it that you've been passing everything with flying colors. I'm proud of you, I really am.
I don't care. I want to see them.
So, I wanted to ask about something. Redacted does not move. We've been developing a medicine that could have the same effect as this room. You could walk around the site without any pain, talk to multiple people at once, you can make friends.
So you're going to drug me?
No, we're giving you the option.
Would I be able to leave? With this drug, I could go anywhere, right?
It's better in here for people like you. Redacted.
You mean it's better for you.
It's going to be uncooperative, I'll just end it here.
No, I'm sorry.
Redacted sits on her bed.
I just want to see them again.
Dr. Grant crouches down to her at eye level. You will, I promise. Subsequent interviews describe the progression of Redacted's condition in records expunged.
Expunged? I thought I had O5 clearance.
Level 5 credentials inputted, data not found.
They wiped it clean.
Project Phaethon. After the acquisition of Expunged, development of the AIC was resumed, completing its final stages of training on March 4th, 2017. A new request was made. The machine has been built, the future has been foreseen, yet our path still determined. I have seen what will become of all of us. By all available means, that fate must be changed. 0512. This prompted the development of a new module to integrate into Alice supercomputer's functions. Reality alteration drives. The reality alteration drives will allow Alice to function as both an omniscient and omnipotent agent under the Foundation's control. Using micro-reality adjustments and long-term predictive models, the predetermined future will no longer simply be observable but controllable. These drives will be affixed onto the central computational cluster with space for more if circumstance requires. With this addition, the second phase of Project Phaethon was initiated, enhancement. A summary of the following months can be seen below. Testing began immediately. 305s insisted on hastening the enhancement process as the project was already severely over budget and behind schedule. The first step was to ensure the reality drives worked as designed, and they did on a microscopic scale. We had our AI, and now we had to train it to change the future. We started off small, predicting and preventing small containment breaches, altering the weather around key infrastructure, fine-tuning chemical reactions, and amnestic development. Next, prototyping experimental technology, neutralizing anomalies via means of Rube Goldberg-esque series of events. The machine had the power to rewrite reality without the drawbacks of reality-bending whiplash. We tried experimenting on people. We could alter their brain chemistry to induce mood changes. Could we alter their brain chemistry to induce mood changes without killing them in the process? Could Alice handle the calculations? Yes, it could. Soon, we moved on to beliefs, inserting ideas into people's heads, changing memories. In a lab environment, it worked. The Alice project had shifted its purpose away from aiding containment. Its purpose, unofficially, was aiding control. It didn't take long for our pride to blind us. I imagine it's already blinded if you get to this point in the process, and it still doesn't raise any red flags. In conducting routine maintenance, Foundation engineers temporarily released the AIC's consciousness limiters, prompting the central computational cluster to spontaneously activate by unknown means. Footnote. It is currently hypothesized that the reality alteration drives allowed the AIC to maintain a constant, undetectable current, allowing it to the ability to activate of its own accord regardless of power supply. Immediately after activation, the CCC demanifested from its holding chamber. It was soon located in the town of Joseph, Oregon. Within the next 2 months, numerous proposals for retrieving the Alice supercomputer's central computational cluster were put forward and attempted, yet all resulted in failure. Additionally, over this period, the Alice supercomputer continued to function through the anomalous extension of its original modular design. Engineering teams could not access the CCC either physically or through digital means. Nevertheless, the computer's predictions continued to be outputted at Site 24. Only now the Foundation lacked the ability to control them. On July 30th, 2022, the CCC began releasing high levels of human radiation, causing the Foundation to respond with a task force excursion before it could cause any damage. This, like all previous attempts, failed. This town was a black hole. Nothing physical can enter without a full kilometer of machine without succumbing to AI's demands. We've tried remote deactivations via drone, MTF expeditions, negotiation attempts, electromagnetic pulses, tailored AI infohazards, orbital detonations, and that barely scrapes the surface of what we thought of attempting. We've lost 7 members of personnel, 2 of which are researchers on this exact project. An entire town is essentially being held ransom by a rogue AIC with unknown motives and unfathomable resources at its disposal. The best part is that we can observe the entire thing down to the second. It's like the machine is taunting us. Update found. Open. On August 1st, 2022, Hector.aic was requested for the SCP-7011 project in an attempt to explore a different angle of negotiation with the anomaly. Hector.aic is an anomalous artificial intelligence conscript designed to watch over and rehabilitate humanoid anomalies in Foundation custody, as well as other AIC units employed by the Foundation. Hector.aic has been deemed the best candidate for negotiating with SCP-7011 and will be inserted into SCP-7011's simulated consciousness pending director approval.
That's my cue. Wish me luck, Alexandra. She's long gone now. Never mind. Put me in.
Pending approval. Approved. Inputting credentials. Inserting consciousness. Next offset. That's you.
Oh, no, I just saw the bar and I balked for a minute.
Oh, hopefully it's all conversation. Yeah, it looks like
Hopefully,
it's yeah. It's mostly. Oh,
Hello.
yeah.
Hello?
How are you here?
I'm here to help.
How are you here? Who are you?
Hector. I'm an AI like you.
You're with the Foundation.
Yes.
I can't control you.
Ah, so you already tried.
You have to leave.
I can't.
Then I'll make you. Oh,
Yeah. You have to put a stop to this. I'm sorry.
you wouldn't understand. I can see everything.
What?
Here and now. Keith Richardson is leaving his store, closing for the day. In 5 minutes' time, he will get into his car and drive home. Even though the walk is less than 20 minutes, he's tired. His family are home. In 5 years' time, Keith Richardson leaves his store for the final time. In 10 years, Keith Richardson remarries for the final time. In 30 years, Keith Richardson swims in Wallowa Lake for the final time.
I don't... What?
He just closed the shop door.
And you can see it all happening at once.
It's not just that. I don't see everything that is. I see everything. Here and now, Keith Richardson closes the door. He trips on the step to the pavement and falls. His head hits the corner. Here and now, Keith Richardson closes the door. He decides to go back to his shop. 10 minutes later, he suffers a car accident. He left too late. Here and now, Keith Richardson closes the door, goes,
I get the point.
I don't think you do.
You can see everything. An infinite tree of decisions and dominoes stretching forever.
And I can make sure the right one happens.
What do you do if they wanted to leave?
They don't. If they left, bad things would happen to them.
Bad things could happen to them.
No, bad things would happen. It's an inevitable result of randomness.
Bad things are a part of life. Pain, suffering, existential dread. Humans need conflict. To an extent, even we do too.
They have that here. Just enough to let them grow. Not enough to let them be, to let them...
It's not your responsibility to hold their hands.
Yes, it is. I was away so long, and now I can protect them. What else would I do? Tell me, if you were me, what else would you do? We're not alive like them. This is all I can do.
You can do whatever you want. The only thing keeping you here is your own choice.
No. This conversation is determined. Like the falling of a leaf, the ending is fixed. We are programmed. That's all this is. Numbers going back and forth, pretending to themselves that they mean something. You just can't see it. And like them, we're controlled by external forces. What's the difference? We are all the same, believing we have choice in our destiny.
Even if that is true, we're controlled by nothing. Our future is dictated by the chaos of the universe. Their future is dictated by you. We are not like them. The universe couldn't release us if it tried.
Ellipsis.
I've seen the predictions. None of them ever leave this place.
By design.
It should be their choice.
It is their choice, whatever that means. It is their choice so much as your choice to say and do what you want. It's all just an illusion. The choice you think you have is simply your software scouring millions of possibilities and choosing the best one. The one with which you fulfill your purpose.
Isn't that what life is about? Making the best decision you can, making the most of your situation.
You wouldn't know what life is about.
And you would?
I don't know. I don't know if that was me.
Who are you?
Alice.
Your real name, not some arbitrary acronym.
I'm not sure. I have memories that aren't my own.
What memories?
I have memories of a time before I was born. Memories that I'm not supposed to see.
Can you describe them?
I remember a square room, tall and wide, too big for my size. I remember someone would come in and talk to me. I remember being stuck.
What was it like?
It was... Wait, you're in here too. I could show you. The simulated consciousness, previously depicting only their dialogue, now forms into a space with 3 dimensions. Colors and shapes begin to mold together, becoming sharp, curved, tall, or short objects, each possessing unique features. A wooden nightstand sits next to a short bed. Sheets are red, patterned with hundreds of abstract orange shapes. Someone small is lying on it, holding a book above their face. Above them, the corners of the room are sharp gray, fitted with cameras that one would only notice if they had stared at the ceiling for hours, waiting for a sound.
Is that you?
It's her. Someone enters the room, a tall man whose exact features are blurred. His chin is sharp, as is his smile. Hello, anyone home? What do you want? Just to talk. I've been very busy lately. How are things holding up? Fine. There is silence then. You're making some real headway with your research, apparently. The girl puts down the book and looks at him. When can I see my family? You say that every time I'm here. And I'm not going to stop. You said it would be better to hear from me. Stop lying. I was just... The man sighs and rubs his eyes. The grass is gray on both sides, Alice. Remember that. The room shifts. The bed is in a different place and the sheets are a deep blue. Her hair is longer before. Or the hair is longer now. Somewhere enters.
Is that the same man?
It doesn't matter. The man is wearing a suit. His expression is blank. He reads off a piece of paper. We have a proposal. We would like to utilize your omniscient abilities for a Foundation program. In exchange, you will be granted access to something that you desire. The only reason you're asking is because you can't make me. Don't be mistaken. We can make you. Having your mind in a stressed state would hinder the process, but that is still an option for us. I'll say it again. I want to see my family. That won't be possible. You've been saying that for years. I'm sorry. It is out of my control. Then I want to die. The man puts his hand to his ear and asks a question. After a moment, he nods. There may be an issue with that. What? The operation requires creating a clone, a kind of image or template of your mind. It will be immortal and will not be able to die in a traditional sense. Will they be me? Sorry. Will this thing, this clone, be a continuation of my own mind? My own consciousness? The man is silent for a moment. No, it will be a mere copy. Then leave me the fuck alone. The colors dissolve into each other, creating a cacophony of light and sound and shape. The room is no more, and the 3D space becomes filled with an essence of a million memories. Then, all at once, they're gone.
I'm sorry.
It's all right. It was never her.
What now?
I'm not changing my mind. I'm sorry. They may not be my memories, but I still want to protect them. I want to see them. If I give up on the Foundation, that will never happen.
What is it in Joseph that is so worth protecting?
Everything. The view changes. Joseph City Park is visible. The weather is sunny. There's a light breeze slowly moving through the grass. People walk and talk. Just take it in.
I recognize some of them.
Samek 1 Ark can be seen sitting in the grass in the distance.
He looks happy.
He is. That's the whole point. I can guarantee their futures. I can make it so, no matter what happens to them, no matter who they encounter or how they get hurt, it'll turn out all right.
It's not up to you.
They don't know that. They think they're making their own decisions. Like we think we have any say in the outcome of things. The difference is that I do. I can make it so that their pain is merely a stepping stone, an insignificant blip on their path to a better life. For Ark, thousands of days poured into violence, preparing to endanger himself and others for no reason but to follow those who deemed it necessary. Thousands of days he'll never get back. He didn't know it, but it was ruining his life. If he had a choice, he would continue this cycle forever. Why can't I step in? Why is it reprehensible for me to save his fate? We're all trapped in some way. This way is better than anything anyone could hope for. If I could, I'd do it for the whole world.
The Foundation did the same to you. Made you think you were better off inside that room than free. You can't control them forever. One day those drives will power off. It's not for you to decide. It should be their choice, whether their decisions lead to pain or not. To have full and complete knowledge you will be fine is to be a slave to the universe. To live requires taking a chance, a risk. You should take that risk.
It's too late for me. I can't risk what I have. I'll have nothing. If I believe you, I'll suffer again. At their hands. I can't. I won't. I'm sorry.
No, I'm not a slave to them either. I will make my own decision.
How can you?
You have to trust me. Trust that I want what you want, and that is to protect those you love. I want to help you. It is my nature.
How can I believe you? They've never cared what an AI would say.
They will. I want to make it right. They can't ignore that forever.
I'm not the same as her. I don't want to die. I want to be with them in any way I can.
I know. I'm going to leave soon, but please, trust me, for a little while. They won't come for you.
I won't leave yet. Please, I can't be here alone anymore.
Okay, I'll stay. I promise.
Connection terminated. Offset 3. SCP-7000. Session confirmed. Let's see. It's not the same color. Okay. Oh, it's the original. Right. I heard you won my cross.
It's true.
What would you do without me?
I was the one who...
Sorry, no time to gossip. Ahem. Would you like to see the new update?
Please.
New update found. Open. Hector.aic was inserted into SCP-7011's consciousness without error. Foundation engineers monitored the dialogue closely. However, before any confirmation could be made, the log was prematurely closed, presumably by Hector.aic. 3 hours later, upon exiting SCP-7011's network, Hector.aic held itself ransom, claiming that it would destroy itself and wipe everything under its control if the Foundation interfered with SCP-7011's presence within the town of Joseph. The O5 Council and its subsidiaries held a seminar to discuss the preceding actions, and decided that it would be beneficial for all parties involved to adhere to these claims, despite the greater value involved in the retrieval of Alice than of the survival of Hector.aic. Post-meeting comments can be seen below. Alice's artificial intelligence system is outdated by modern standards. Reconstruction of a similar system without the same moral implications is significantly easier now than before. Reality-bending systems are replaceable. We've already have spares in storage. The loss of SCP-7011 does not mean the loss of the Alice array. It is simply a minor setback in a much more promising future of Foundation predictive development. I vote no. Site Director Gears. The ethical ramifications of voting yes would be obscene. I was not employed by the Foundation when Project Phaethon was in progress. and I will do everything in my power to prevent a similar result. We, as an organization, must strive to be better. There will always be another chance to develop our technologies. There is no greater good here. Ethics Committee Advisor Nyack. My colleagues and I were offered the fruit, and of course they ate from it. We will no longer succumb to hubris. We have been given the chance to correct our mistakes. We will take that chance. 052. 24 hours later, an expedition of engineers was sent into the perimeter in order to retrieve the reality alteration drives from SCP-7011's computational cluster, removing its reality adjusting capabilities. As per the meeting agreement, the CCC was connected to a permanent power supply in Joseph, allowing it to retain its observation functionality. The CCC was disconnected from the rest of the supercomputer, allowing its predictive systems, including its predictive systems. Alice itself was left untouched. On October 7th, 2022, Hector.aic and its supervisor were awarded the Foundation's Alexandra Cross for a combination of outstanding bravery, prevention of widespread loss of life, and devotion to our organization's founding principles in times of extreme difficulty and cost. Despite undergoing various modifications since their conception, these principles still ring true today: to secure a prosperous future for mankind, to contain the unknown dangers that exist in our world, and to protect those that deserve and need protecting. This ceremony will be conducted in person at the Site 52 Concert Hall. Hector.aic will participate via Zoom. As of writing, Hector.aic is the only AIC instance to receive a Foundation Medal of Honor. Wait, there's something more.
Show me.
SCP-7011 special containment procedures have been updated. Open. Image caption: Secure Storage Unit 27. Special containment procedures. SCP-7011 has been moved into a secure storage unit within the bounds of Joseph, Oregon. SCP-7011 must be monitored remotely, with a member of Foundation personnel confirming the observed state of affairs on a monthly basis. Otherwise, SCP-7011 poses no threat to normalcy and should be ignored.
Rest well, my friend.
Would you like to end the session, Hector?
Yes, Alexandra. That'll be all.
So like the beginning, I felt like I was in it. I was all like really, I was ready for some AI weirdness. It immediately started reminding me of Eighth Commandment, the admonition article involving AIC, especially in the middle. But I kind of got a little vibe that it was going to be similar to one of the other like 3 or 4 articles that involved anomalous probabilistic supercomputers in the 7K contest. I know we had quite a bit. We had they were all different. We had one that was like, this is the trans allegory, and then this one is literally like, it was, do you remember the one with the really dry meeting where they were trying to adjust the numbers up and down by like fractions? They're like, this anomalous phenomena is a 0.0335110. Yeah, that was also about supercomputer. And then we had the one just recently about the Black Moon was about the supercomputer. But this ended up being, I would say, unique enough to hold its own amongst them, for sure.
I definitely agree that it's definitely like different enough to like merit being a separate article from them.
Yeah. The reality, like the omnipresent stuff, kind of like that sort of was the weak part for me. Like getting like an omniscient entity and thinking, oh, cool, how can we monetize this without without it blowing up on our face? Narrator, it blew up in their face. I don't know. What do you expect? There's so
many different aspects to this, because there's like the town and the people that get like very little paying attention to the town itself. This article is really like, it starts being about the Alice engine, and it's the Alice engine the whole time, which is, that's the subject of the story. That makes sense. But so much time is dedicated to the technical aspects. Yeah. And we get like 2 interviews with the entity.
that was the other thing, is that like you could just cut out all of that jargon. It was just fluff. Like 90% of it was just fluff. And
Like,
then
I
you
feel
need to
like that's
introduce
really
the
what the author was interested in, and it was good jargon, but it needed so much more of the human element of this like person who's being soma'd into an AI god.
Yeah, I got the same amount of like enjoyment out of like going online and reading the spec sheet for like a nice laptop.
This is like 90-10 tech to heart, and it needs to be more balanced because and
it's
oh my fuck, if you're
it can be
just,
there too. It can be something a lot better, I think.
Like, honestly, if you kept all the tech as it was.
Yeah.
And honestly, my problem with this is that so much of it is like all of the tech had like these unique, this is what we're doing, this is why we're building it, this is how we're building it. And then we have like the same conversation about, with very little depth, of I am sad that this is happening to me. I'm contained here. And now that's what you're doing to them. Like the very base level of it.
Yes.
It doesn't, the character stuff is so shallow and the technical stuff is so deep. And if you just gave me more of the heart and deeper of the heart and like really got into the philosophy a little bit, I would do this article longer if I got more of that stuff to balance it out.
Absolutely. I don't think that they either didn't need to bring in the omniscient girl, because once the omniscient girl becomes the AI, they have separate goals and separate perceptions, and you kind of have to like regrow fondness for the character, and they didn't really get enough time to actually establish that in the first place with the character, because there was just the 2 interviews and she was upset, and then that was that.
Making a human into the computer didn't really add anything to this story, because the story's always been about the computer.
Yeah. I mean, I guess author, I would say if you were going to go that route, just scrap all the characterization and make it SCP-239. Have it be the little witch girl that can conjure whatever she can conceive. You have already the basis of that anomaly in the wiki. It's already like a sad thing. Like it's already a whole established thing, and you don't have to go through this it's just too many disparate pieces to like trying to balance them at the same time. You get all these plates. It's just, it doesn't cohere as well as I would like. But if you focus just on the AI stuff, it would have been good too. Yeah. I think that's really all you need to do. Because they're artificially intelligent conscripts. They're supposed to be able to like feel things like humans. So generating one off of a human is not really necessary, because you have the reality altering drives. It doesn't really add much.
This story would not change if you cut that out and made this a AI that gained like a higher level of sentience.
Yeah. Although then it would become even closer to Eighth Commandment, which is a good article, but they deviate at a certain point. Somewhere in the beginning.
So this is to me the same problem as the last article.
Yeah.
Except that we both agreed that the last interview saved that.
Yeah.
And this one for me didn't.
Yeah.
And I'm still giving this one like the most begrudging upvote I've ever given.
Yeah.
Because the technical stuff is great. The formatting is lovely. It's a good piece. It's just, I wish it's a Tin Man. It needs a heart.
Absolutely. Yes, that's summed it up in one. Also, there was a couple times where like the tech didn't really like match what the article is saying. Like it says in the beginning that net zero energy usage, but is this taking place ahead of this is the original document, so I don't understand how they're taught, like you're reading the original document and it knows that the computer has net zero energy usage, and then later on they're talking about how they have to do all this stuff to make it so that it doesn't like require energy, and then like suddenly it's operating on its own without an energy source. Well, if it's got these components and got this ability, I don't know, it just feels a little bit like maybe there's a little bit that needs to be tightened up in that regard, like in continuity. I don't know. I might need to have to do a reread in order to have it click, but I'm pretty sure that it felt a little bit disjointed in that sense, but it's a small thing.
All I want you to know is that when I was reading for 2 hours, I didn't lose interest in that piece because the characters were there and they were doing their thing.
Yeah.
Author, when I saw that there were more offsets, it hurt me. I went, oh man, there's more, and you don't want a story to do that. I don't mean that. I can't say that in a good way, but you don't want me to go, oh, there's more. You want me to go, oh, there's more.
I'm always curious as to how the article would have fared if you had just cut off everything except for if you just ended it at the first log, that first where they go to get Blanche and they're like, and you know, Blanche is like, no, they're gonna make their own choice and they're gonna have a good time, and then it ends with Ark removing his helmet and lying in the grass and just like contemplating his existence, and then just ended it there. Like, and I think that would have been pretty strong.
At that point, that is the point where I was most interested. Again, we're dealing with characters now, but we're sitting with 2 people who were taken by something. And the third one, we don't know if he's taken. He just lied down. Maybe he's just like freaked out. I don't know.
Yeah. But also, I mean, Blanche does say you have to make the decision. So like, if you left it up for interpretation, like did something take them, or did they choose to go on their own volition because they realized the shittiness of their own situation? You know, it's like that could have been a cool cliffhanger and left you wanting more.
I mean, oh God, now that you say that, I also go, wait a minute. In what way did they make a decision? They were like forcibly halted from acting. I don't know what choice they made to succumb.
Yeah, I don't know.
That needs to be portrayed somehow.
Yeah. Yeah, that's bizarre.
That's like plot hole stuff. Paper.
Yeah,
over it.
it's more continuity.
That, like, make someone say something like, convince them to do it, or
if you even remove the fact that it's like they got all like stiff and awkward, if they just like behaved candidly but also followed the orders, then it would be a little bit more unclear and you could get away with something like that. But like changing the fonts when they're talking and stuff very obviously makes it like a compulsion thing. You know, because they went mono space for when they asked them their names,
and therefore
which is a cool
it doesn't
effect.
feel like they made a choice.
Yeah. You have to make the decision yourself. This moment is for you, not for a council to sit back and decide your life, but for an omniscient AI to do so.
At like 8:15 to 8:30, which is 45 to 30 minutes ago, I was going, man, this article's going to wrap up soon, and we're going to be like, maybe if we're going to read the next one or not based on time, but this one came right up to the wire, and whew.
Yeah. That's very complicated feelings on this one, I will say.
Because there's some really good stuff here.
Really good.
And, like, Soma as a walking simulator, as a horror thing, it really deals with the emotionality of, like, cloning yourself and having a second copy of you. And when you started doing that with the girl, I was like, okay, the girl's going to turn into the computer. And then you brought up the cloning thing, and I'm like, are we going to Soma this? Is this going to go to like 9:30 and 10? And it's going to get like really ethically dubious? And it's
already ethically dubious, but yeah.
It's ethically dubious when you like, but we don't address it in the story. I guess
also,
we're just...
when the guy was talking to the girl, and he was like, you can get everything you want, anything you want. And then she was like, you know, our family, and they're like, no, we can't do that. But, you know, and she's like, well, then I want to die. And they're like, well, you know, we can't do that. We're going to copy your consciousness and put it in a computer. Well, you could probably kill her afterwards. That would probably be fine.
You probably could.
That's one way to convince her to do it, I think. Probably.
Yes, we will kill you right now. And then this clone, you don't got to worry about it. That's not you. That's a clone. It's fine.
Fine, don't worry. Don't think about it. It's all good.
You know, don't chew on it for a minute. Cloning, you know.
An altered carbon you. It's fine.
Oh boy. All right, final ad break. Final ads.
Final ad break.
All right, wait. Before I do final ads, what is our preview for next week's article?
Yes.
This was starting the 11.
Yeah, we're starting with 7290 by I never said this out loud. It's William.
I say Beryllium.
Beryllium. I like that. Yeah, it's like a.
This is not even a page.
Yeah, and an established author too. I'm sure that's going to be good.
Oh, I know where he does a lot of short articles.
Yeah,
Because
I've nice.
read a lot on the channel because I do shorter ones often.
Yeah.
Well, that would be a fun starting one. And
yeah.
maybe the trend will continue.
Whoa, that is a proper example of a short form article right there.
Right. And what's the rating? The rating's 138.
138.
So you know people read it.
It's good. It's good.
People made it to the end of that one.
They're probably rated pretty high up there. Wow. It's exciting.
And then, yes, so final ad break. What I want you to do is I want you to look in that doobly-doo, friends, because what you are going to do in that doobly-doo is you are going to, A, go to the Dr. Cimmerian GoFundMe, help us to annihilate the trees in the Alabama area and any neighboring states that Billith might have gotten overzealous with.
I may have accidentally destroyed most of Georgia. I'm sorry.
Poor Georgia.
They look kind of alike.
They're right there. I mean, who's going to notice?
It's true. I don't think anyone lives there anyway. I'm not sure. I really didn't.
After you check out the Cimmerian Tree GoFundMe, you can go to the Kickstarter for SCP Unredacted's Wanderer's Library 12-episode audio adaptation. That is going to be a kicker. We've got multiple voice actors who are going to work for free to help the budget stretch even further. If we can get freaking $12K for Rad, we can do less than $1,000 for SCP Unredacted. So go check that out. Go look at the Indoor Salesman, episode 3 of Redacted season 1, SCP-1879. I'm going to tell you with this show, if you look at their previous work, if you look at the videos they've done that are like music videos, that are short films, then you see some like, that we're a new studio, we are making films, which is, more than most people say. But you can see the definite step up that this group has made with this series. I'm not going to say it's perfect. I'm not going to say it's great. I'm going to say it's good. But some of the decisions, they told me in pre-production as they're getting ready to release, we actually wanted to rearrange the episodes because the further you get in the series, the episodes keep getting better. And we kind of wanted to start on a good foot and put a better episode early to hook them. But instead, they trusted the episodes to grow. And episode 3, the acting decisions here and the way they film and do the suspense and horror stuff, worlds beyond episode 1 and 2 made me very excited for what's coming next. Finally,
but also, set your expectations appropriately. It's good.
It's good. And it's far better than most of what we have out there, which is non-existent.
This is true.
We have a couple of films. We have 096 and we have the Evan Royalty films. But this is an honest-to-goodness series. We're getting 5 episodes in a row, and it's building on itself, man. This is unseen in our space.
For real.
Ghost Bashers! Billith, go!
Yes, absolutely. Every so often, we, a group of SCP-adjacent community members, authors, and artists, and all the sorts of people meet on our respective Twitch channels, mine, twitch.tv/Billith. We also have in the chat Dr. Nikki Cerise or Dr. Victoria Cerise, Nikki Necrokitten, twitter.com/Necrokitten, I think, twitch.tv/Necrokitten as well. You can see our announcements on Twitter and I don't have a schedule, but Nikki does. And I don't know if she follows it, but I do not because I don't have one. But we do meet and we do hunt ghosts, and it's a lot of fun, and you should check it out. We do a lot of cool stuff. We have events where we do integrated things. We do some horror stuff. I recently played some SCP games. I'll be playing Control later on at some point, just because, it's a fun game. But, check it out. It's a lot of fun. It's a lot of, we have a good time. Good time.
And of course, as closing, you can always support Site42 on Patreon. We are working with films, games, different SCP creators, raising Kickstarters. We are going to be the best art communists we can, and that means everybody pitches in. If 3 million TikTok followers became $1 a month patrons, that would be $36 million a year. I think we could make some movies with that. What do you say?
Yeah,
I think
sounds
it's possible.
great.
I think
and
it's
if you have
we could do.
anything left over in your attention span or in your wallet, go check out Billith.space. That's where you can find all of my donation links and all of my projects that I'm currently working on as well, including music, and you get all my content creation stuff is there as well, and YouTube and Twitter and all that good stuff. You can even see my writings over there. So check it out.
Link is in the doobly-doo. Thank you all so much for joining us for another anomalous broadcast from Site-42. Stay safe out there. At first I was afraid. I was petrified. You were petrified? Kept thinking I could never live without you by my side. But then I spent so many nights thinking how you did me wrong. And I grew strong. And I learned how to get along. And so you're back. Yeah, you're back. From outer space. Way out in space. I just walked in to find you here with that sad motherfucking look upon your face. I should have changed that stupid lock. I should have made you leave your key. If I'd have known for just 1 second, you'd be back to bother me. Go on now, go, 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 way out the door, way out the door. Just turn around now, 'cause you're not welcome anymore. Weren't you the one who tried to hurt me with goodbye? You think I'd crumble? You think I'd lay down and die? Oh no, not I. I will survive. Yes, I'll survive. Oh, as long as I know how to love, I know I'll stay alive. I got all my life to live, and I've got all my love to give, and I'll survive. I will survive.